actions for peace in Ukraine. Russia, make a
Our mission hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach will unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities, and a sustainable future. Our vision hinges on the introduction and implementation of a 24-hour economy, which will also be anchored in agriculture and agribusiness. This innovative approach would unlock potentials that have long remained dormant, enabling us to harness the energy and creativity of all our people. And young people, including entrepreneurs, can find opportunities regardless of traditional institutions. The 24-hour economy model will also bolster job creation for the young people, stimulate local industry, and attract foreign investments, and allow us to build resilient communities and a sustainable future. This vision extends beyond mere economic transactions. Leaders and entrepreneurs, I invite you to support this new model and join me in shaping a business environment where creativity thrives and where the fruits of your investments contribute to the collective welfare of our nation. Your role in driving our economy forward cannot be overstated. Your innovation and dedication will be a backbone of our success story. And I pledge to you that we would look at the tax regime and rationalize them so that they are more transparent and fair. Members of the business community, I assure you, Ghana is open for business again. I thank you and welcome you to Ghana. And in our local parlance, I say Akwaba to all of you.
To the GIPC. Time is money. So we understand that our investors require swift and efficient services. That is why we've launched the 24-hour premium service to process your application faster and make doing business in Ghana even easier. With this service, you can fast-track your registrations, renewals, quotas, and approvals in just 24 hours. Simply submit your complete application via email at expinvestor.services@gipc.gov.gh or visit our dedicated offices at the GIPC and we will handle the rest. Fast, reliable, investor-focused. Take advantage of the GIPC 24-hour premium service today. Visit www.gipc.gov.gh or call 0200-112204 or 0200-112117 to learn more. Terms and conditions apply. Ghana is open for business.
In 2020 and again in 2024, the idea of a 24-hour economy captured national attention. It became a slogan of hope, a symbol that change was necessary and that it was possible. Our task now is to move from vision to implementation, from aspiration to action. It is the beginning of a massive national mobilization. The 24H+ agenda is not simply about extending working hours. It is about unleashing productivity, expanding opportunity, accelerating exports through well-structured, multi-sectoral, and inclusive interventions. The 24-hour plus agenda comprises synergistic sub-programs that are tailored to key value chains, and you must have heard the ministers mentioning them. These include Grow 24. Now, Grow 24 is about boosting agricultural productivity, agro-processing, and food security. Make 24 is about revitalizing our manufacturing and industrialization. Build 24 is about accelerating infrastructure, construction, housing, and public works. Show 24 is about harnessing Ghana's rich creative, cultural, and tourism assets. And Connect 24 is about fixing our logistic chains, transport warehousing, ports, energy, and digital infrastructure. And Fund 24 is about unlocking innovative financing through credit guarantee schemes, blended finance, and venture capital. Aspire 24 is about building the skills of our people, our values, our ethics, and digital capacity for competitiveness. And Go 24 is about mobilizing all sectors, religious, security, academic, and civic, for national productivity and pride. The private sector will lead the 24-hour plus program. Government will facilitate and not dominate. This structure ensures depth and focus. We're not attempting to fix everything everywhere all at once. We're targeting high-impact, job-rich, and export-oriented sectors with strong forward and backward linkages. The 24-hour plus program will be the catalyst for Ghana's economic growth, and we are sure that it will make Ghana prosper.
About 57% of Ghana's total land area is classified as agricultural land area, laying grounds for viable micro and macro agribusiness ventures. With the diversity in commodities being produced to feed factories, a vibrant labor force, a ready market, coupled with incentivizing government policies, there is no doubt that the sector has become an exciting preserve to create wealth and foster national development. We invite you to come. Ghana is open for business. As a fast-growing oil and gas producer, Ghana's petroleum industry offers investment prospects ranging from exploration and discovery to refining and marketing. The opportunities abound, with a spike in demand for oil and gas service firms that can partner with indigenous Ghanaian companies to support the offshore activities of the international oil companies. We invite you to come. Ghana is open for business.
Dogolo, 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 abele TV anenya. Dogolo, 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 abele TV anenya. It's all
Welcome to the Central Region, a land of history, heritage, and high-value investment potential. Covering about 9,800 square kilometers along Ghana's Gulf of Guinea coastline, the region is strategically positioned between Greater Accra and Western regions. With a population of over 2.8 million people, the Central Region offers a young, dynamic, and growing labor force supported by strong educational institutions and vocational skills. The Central Region is Ghana's tourism heartbeat. Its global recognition stems from landmarks like the Cape Coast and Elmina castles, sites that connect millions of visitors to centuries of world history. From the rainforest of Kakum National Park with its famous canopy walk to the memorial grounds at Asen Manso, where enslaved Africans took their last bath before the journey across the Atlantic, the region offers a deep, emotional, and unforgettable tourism experience. Today, new opportunities are emerging in beachfront hotels and coastal resort establishments, eco-lodges, outdoor adventure tourism, cruise and marina development, cultural centers, museums, and hospitality services. With history, culture, and nature in one destination, the Central Region stands ready for investors who see the future of tourism beyond traditional holidaying towards full experiential destination development. Along the coast of Elmina, Cape Coast, Apam, Mori, Winneba, and several other towns, generations of fishing communities drive one of the region's most important livelihoods. Demand for marine products, both locally and internationally, is growing rapidly. Yet, the region faces major gaps in cold chain logistics, marine processing, and aquaculture import supply, gaps that represent strong opportunities for investments. Priority areas investors can consider include fish processing and packaging plants, cold storage facilities, ice plants, and refrigerated logistics, cage aquaculture development, production of fish feed, and marine farming inputs. Beyond tourism and fishing, the Central Region is also a powerful base for agriculture. It boasts of vast arable land for oil palm plantations, pineapple farms, expanding citrus production belt, and growing cassava and vegetable farming communities across Ewutusenya, Komwa, Ekumfi, and Agona. The sector is ripe for value addition. Investment-ready opportunities include palm oil and other derivatives, fruit juice and concentrate processing, fresh fruit export lines, gari, starch, and flour processing factories, packaging and cold chain logistics, input distribution, including seedlings and fertilizers. 21,000 acres of land within Gomwa Central District has been earmarked for a special economic zone. It is projected as a special purpose vehicle to facilitate trade within the AFCFTA framework, connecting Ghana to a 3.4 trillion market size within Africa and the Caribbean. This trade and export-driven initiative is anchored on 5 pillars, namely eco-recreational parks, organic farming zones, 24-hour business district, eco-industrial hub, and renewable energy-powered crypto mining hub is expected to yield about $1.2 billion annually. The discovery of lithium in commercial quantities in the Central Region, particularly in the Ewoya area in Infantiman municipality, is a major investment opportunity to enhance the economic fortunes of the region. This positions the region as a production hub for lithium concentrate, a base material for battery manufacturing, and the rapidly expanding electric vehicle market and emerging technologies. The construction of an expansive road network also makes the region an industrial link between Accra and Ivory Coast through Ghana's Western Petroleum Corridor. This offers exceptional value chain advantage and trade facilitation between Ghana and its neighboring countries. Between Winneba and Elmina lies a major salt-producing corridor, an asset of enormous industrial potential. Ghana's demand for industrial and iodized salt continues to grow, driven by food production, petrochemicals, and manufacturing. Investors can explore industrial salt production for local and regional markets, iodized salt processing, salt-based chemical manufacturing, including chlor-alkali applications. In the central region, renewable generation is already underway, from utility-scale solar farms in Gomwa that feed clean power into the national grid, to major infrastructure investment that strengthen reliability for businesses and households alike. With national target to expand renewable energy, distributed solar, smart grids, and energy storage solutions, the region presents a growing frontier for sustainable energy investment, powering homes, industry, and innovation. The central region stands at the crossroads of heritage and growth. With its deep-rooted cultural sites, rich natural resources, and strategic location, the region is poised to be the hub for sustainable investment. Whether your interests lie in tourism, agro-processing, fisheries, or industry, the opportunity to build lasting inclusive value is here. For detailed investment information, facilitation, and guidance, connect with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, your trusted partner for investing in the central region and beyond. And remember, Ghana is open for business. As part of its bold commitment to decentralizing investment and unlocking economic opportunities across Ghana, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center continues to roll out its flagship investment opportunities mapping project, the IONP. Through this initiative, the GIPC is identifying, localizing, and promoting investment-ready opportunities at the district level, ensuring that growth is shared across all regions and communities. In January 2026, the IONP Regional Roadshow arrived in the Central Region, a region rich in culture, resources, and untapped potential. The roadshow began with high-level engagement with regional leadership and traditional authorities. The GIPC delegation paid courtesy calls on the Central Regional Coordinating Council and the Paramount Chief of the Ogua Traditional Area, Osaberi Makwesi Atta II.
Mpanyinfo ofi Ghana Investment Promotion Center, oba wodi nkan oba kan yansa wa Regional Coordinating Council. Investment Forum kasipa na oba Untum ofitia woba Regional Coordinating Council, wobechia na wodi wadwuma. Wotreda woba Osaberi manana ado. Na wodi wo ho bechire. Wobechia. Wodi ninse mechira. Na ma wotum na adwumeda, wodi no wa odo. Wa ye yimia hwa ma yin. Nti abaya, ye na ntum boko, wiabri ya mele.
From policy engagement to on-the-ground project impact, the GIPC team embarked on a series of working visits across the region. At the Group Indom Industrial Estate in Elmina, the delegation toured an integrated industrial enclave combining manufacturing, printing, hospitality, and sports infrastructure. A model of private sector-led development with strong potential for expansion and job creation. Beyond Elmina, the roadshow continued to Jukwamfum in the Himan Lower Dentra district, where Central Oil Mills showcased its palm-based processing operations and innovative product lines under the Kakum Fresh brand. The company outlined its need for working capital and strategic partnerships to scale production, expand distribution, and tap into growing demand for value-added food products. At Bodrasi, Aquaba Feeds demonstrated how innovation is strengthening Ghana's livestock value chain with advanced testing farms and growing national distribution networks. In the Kumfi Enclave, the delegation visited a Kumfi Fruits and Juices Company, one of the region's flagship agro-processors, where thousands of acres of pineapple farms feed modern juice production facilities, creating jobs while reducing post-harvest losses.
So welcome to Kumfi Fruits and Juices. My name is...
The roadshow culminated in the Central Regional Investment Forum, a high-level platform bringing together government leaders, traditional authorities, development partners, investors, and local businesses. Speaking on behalf of the Central Regional Minister, calls were made for renewed investor engagement, stronger public-private partnerships, and deeper institutional coordination to reposition the region as a competitive investment destination.
I therefore wish to encourage our dear investors and business leaders present to explore the opportunities showcased here, engage with our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, and take advantage of the support mechanism provided by the GIPC and other state institutions.
I would like to commend the Ghana Investment Promotion Center for this excellent initiative. Initiatives like this align perfectly with Ghana's broader development agenda and demonstrates a clear commitment to turning regional potential into economic value.
Delivering a keynote address, Madam Charlotte Osei called for stronger partnerships between local entrepreneurs and international investors, combining capital, technology, and expertise to unlock the region's full economic potential.
The Central Region is not just the heartbeat of Ghana's history. It is the pivotal hub for Ghana's future. Too many times, I think we also wait for others to come and develop Central Region. We now have a very aggressive GIPC and the Free Zones Authority that are very passionate about pushing investments across country. I think that we, the people of the Central Region, we need to take advantage of this and work closely with them and see how we can help them bring investment and development projects to the Central Region. And so our local entrepreneurs, we're urging you to please take this opportunity. Let's all collaborate. I think we do too much competition. I would say let's do more collaboration than competition.
Through the Investment Opportunity Mapping Project, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center continues to connect regions to capital, businesses to opportunities, and communities to sustainable growth. The Central Region is open, prepared, and ready for investment. Ghana is open for business. The Volta region, a land of breathtaking beauty and boundless potential. From the calm waters of Lake Volta to the height of Mount Afaja, the region stands as a bridge between culture and commerce, nature and industry. Under the investment opportunity mapping project,
45,000, but we are doing 25,000.
Can we please be upstanding
Yes, and
as we welcome the paramount chief of
80% of our
offense?
cost is feed. So we are saying that if you are able to reduce our feed costs, then we are better off.
At Vokia Farms in Kwetoi, the GIPC delegation, led by CEO Simon Maji, witnessed how indigenous enterprise is driving value addition in agriculture. What began as a small farm has evolved into a modern agro-process operation, producing neatly packaged flours and cereals for the local and export market. With plans for expansion and a capacity of 15,000 parts per day, Vokia exemplifies the power of local job creation.
Try.
The regional minister, Nananom, the mayor, right. Can we please be upstanding as we welcome Ofenso Manhene? Thank you. Shall we please take our seats? Right. The regional minister, Nananom, the mayor, investors, development partners, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you this morning on behalf of the Ghana Investment Promotion Center in collaboration with Corporate Integrity Consult to the Ashanti Regional Investment Forum. And before we move on to anything, I would like to apologize for the delay in starting. I know that most of us were here about 2 hours or 3 hours even earlier. We are sorry, we had some challenges, and so we couldn't start on time, and want to apologize for that. But then trust me, you won't be here for so long, and so try and bear with us. This is a very important gathering that I like to call the gathering of opportunity. And I know you'd agree with me, because if you know GIPC, You know that they are just here to create opportunities for businesses, individuals, investors, and every Ghanaian, as a matter of fact. And so this morning, we are very honored to have them in Ashanti region to create opportunities for all of us and also to throw more light on the viable investment spots in the region. We all know how rich our region is. And so I will entreat all of us to actually get involved. You may never know. Your partner will be right here to help you earn your very first million Ghana cedis or $1 million. And so let's try and get involved and have the event become very successful. To start with, we would want to have an opening prayer, and Mr. Emmanuel Forsen will do that for us. Please help me appreciate him as he comes to do that.
Thank you. Shall we bow our heads for a word of prayer? Almighty and everlasting God, the source of all wisdom and the provider of every good gift, we gather today with hearts full of gratitude. We thank you for the breath of life and for the privilege of assembling in service to our nation and the noble Ashanti region. Lord, we consecrate this forum into your hands. We ask for the grace of your presence to fill this space. Grant us clarity of mind and integrity of heart as we deliberate. Your spirit steer our discussions towards innovation and unity, ensuring that every decision made here serves as a catalyst for growth and prosperity. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please appreciate Mr. Forsen. Thank you for the very short prayer. Okay, so at this point, we would want to have a welcome address from the CEO of GIPC. We are very honored to have him coming all the way from Accra to come and join us this morning. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Simon Maji as he comes to give us a welcome address.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. We'll stand. I think the protocols have been established yet, and so we'll establish the protocols, and then we'll, as we say in Ghana, stand on the protocols. Hopefully, many of you who are lightweight, when you stand on the protocol, it will not break. But the representative of His Royal Majesty, the owner of Ashanti and beyond, Otumfuo Osei Tutu II, who is Ofenso Hini, Omahini of Ofenso, Nana Dramina Akenten II, the rep of Otumfuo, affable regional minister, the Honorable Dr. Frank Amwakuhini, the mayor of the great city of Kumasi, Honorable, the many distinguished traditional leaders, our development partners, my colleagues from the 24-hour economy, who is also with us here, from the Ghana Free Zones Authority, from the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, from the World Bank, and also from the Corporate Integrity Consult, our partners, TV3, Akoma FM, ladies and gentlemen. I can also see Dr. Bain and to recognize Dr. Azagbet from the exporters, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is with immense pride and excitement that I welcome you to this Regional Investment Roadshow, held right here in the dynamic garden city of Kumasi, the commercial capital, cultural heartbeat of our country, Ghana. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to His Majesty and also to our own board chair, Dr. Ponfusu, for graciously encouraging us to do, and for His Majesty's love in permitting us to gather here. I also wish to thank, as I've said, the affable regional minister, Dr. Frank Amwakun, for his strong commitment to the development of this region and for the tremendous support provided in hosting this important event. I think you can clap for the regional minister. My gratitude equally goes out to the Regional Coordinating Council, our revered Mayor of Kumasi, traditional authorities, the Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies, and all our local partners for their exceptional hospitality and collaboration in bringing this event to this region. I also want to thank the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the board of the GIPC, the Integrity Consult, the 24-hour economy, and many other partners. Ladies and gentlemen, Ashanti region holds a strategic position in Ghana's economy, and it is well placed to drive the country's next phase of economic expansion. Located here right up in the middle of our country, it is our second most populous region, and this region is widely recognized as one of the most vibrant commercial and trading centers in West Africa. Its central location enables it to connect 7 of Ghana's 16 regions, making it a critical hub for the movement of goods, services, and people across our country. Beyond its historical and cultural significance, the Ashanti region plays an important role in Ghana's domestic trade network. It links the northern and southern parts of our country and serves as an important transit route for the several landlocked Sahelian markets, including Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Chad, and others. This strategic connectivity positions the region as a key gateway for regional commerce and cross-border trade. Pardon me, sometimes it falls off. The region has also a strong manufacturing base, a vibrant small and medium-scale ecosystem, and a large customer market, and one of the cultures in our country. You may want to clap for the Ashantis. They are really entrepreneurial. Yet, despite these advantages, investment levels in the region have not fully matched its potential. Data from the GIPC, where we work from 1994 to June 2025, shows that the region attracted approximately $3.5 billion United States dollars in foreign direct investment across 410 projects registered with us. While this figure is significant, this tells us that much more remains to be unlocked. The challenge has not been a lack of opportunities. Instead, many promising projects have failed to attract the attention of investors because they have not been properly identified, properly packaged, and presented in a way that meets investor expectations. This is the gap we are determined to fill at the GIPC. Last year, the GIPC launched the Investment Opportunity Mapping Project, a nationwide initiative to systematically identify, profile, and package investment opportunities across all the 261 districts of Ghana. It represents a deliberate promote investment. We are moving from a model that highlights broad and general opportunities to one where specific opportunities are prepared, packaged, and presented to investors as bankable projects. Most importantly, we are decentralizing the investment landscape to ensure that investment is not concentrated only in the Greater Accra region. This roadshow, however, is a key part of the investment opportunity mapping, and it is designed to showcase the opportunities in the Ashanti region to both local and international investors. It provides a platform to connect project owners, businesses, financiers, partners, and to turn opportunities into real investments that will drive growth and regional development. We began this journey in 2025 with the Volta and OT regional roadshows. Earlier this year, we successfully engaged stakeholders in the central and western regions, and today we are proud to bring this national initiative to the Ashanti region. From here, the roadshow continues to the western north as we steadily build to a nationwide investment pipeline. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished royals gathered here, Honorable Minister, this initiative is closely aligned with the President's vision of building an industrialized, self-sufficient, and export-driven economy, and it complements key government initiatives such as Feed Ghana, the National Infrastructure Development Program, the Big Push, of which Ashanti region is going to have the Express Road, and the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Together, these initiatives are designed to open up and connect our districts and regions, scale up production to support domestic industries, add value to raw materials, expand value-added exports, create jobs at scale, and build a more resilient economy. The Ashanti region, the heart of Ghana, is particularly well positioned to play a critical role in this transformation. Its strong agricultural base, established industrial clusters, strategic location, and growing infrastructure provides the foundation for value addition across multiple sectors. A key initiative that emboldens this ambition is the Greater Kumasi Industrial City, a strategic industrial development designed to position the Ashanti region as a major center for industrial production and logistics in Ghana. This project covers approximately 5,000 acres of land across Bonkra, Ahinesa, and other places, and it is intended to provide modern infrastructure and service land for both local and international industries. A key component of this project is the development of a 500-acre inland port terminal at Bonkra, which will serve as a logistics hub to many of the Sahelian countries and provide warehousing and aggregation facilities for goods produced across several regions of Ghana. When completed, this project is expected to attract strong domestic and foreign investment, increase industrial production, expand Ghana's export capacity, and reduce reliance on imports. It will promote value addition to raw materials, strengthen technical and vocational skills development, and create significant employment opportunities across the supply chains and support environmentally friendly and responsible, sustainable production. Beyond the greater Kumasi industrial city, the Ashanti region holds strong investment opportunities across many fields. In manufacturing, the region's industrial tradition, particularly in metal fabrication, machinery, auto parts, wood processing, textiles, construction materials, present a significant opportunity or potential for modernization, skill, and technology transfer. Already under the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, the Kumasi Machinery and Technology Park, KMTP, has been earmarked as a flagship initiative positioned to drive precision engineering, fabrication, and technology transfer to support agro-processing, textiles, and light manufacturing. With the right investment, existing clusters can evolve into globally competitive industrial ecosystem. In the agribusiness, the region offers significant potential in agro-processing across several priority value chains. The focus on processing, packaging, supplying high-value agro-based products to both domestic and regional markets. In mining and mineral-based industries, investment opportunities in Ashanti, the region has long been one of Ghana's most important mining sectors, with significant deposits of gold and other mineral resources. Beyond extraction, there's the potential for investment in mineral processing, refinery, jewelry production, and value-added minerals product. The region also presents opportunities, as I've said, in logistics, warehousing, and distribution. Tourism and the creative economy also offers strong prospects, since Kumasi is known as the cultural capital of Ghana. Ashanti's rich cultural heritage, festivals, craft, and historic sites provide opportunities for hospitality, the ecotourism, and cultural tourism investments that can create jobs while preserving this rich heritage that yesterday we got to know existed over the last 4,000 years. With leading institutions such as KNUST, and I believe many of you went to KNUST, as well as the Kumasi Technical University and other technical institutions, this will provide opportunities for training and skills development across multiple fields. This human capital base is an important asset for investors, and we know because investors are always asking for skilled labor, seeking access to talent and support for industrial growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Nananum, the Honorable Regional Minister, the opportunities before us today is truly immense. And through this roadshow and the IOMP, we are committed to unlocking and showcasing them to the rest of the world through the eyes of Ashanti. However, investment promotion does not rest on GIPC alone. It requires strong collaboration from all stakeholders, the Regional Coordinating Council, the Mayor, the regional ministers, traditional authorities, local businesses, financial institutions, and our development partners. Let us work together to tell the world opportunities in the great Ashanti region. We must also build on the goodwill created by Ghana's positive economic turnaround under the leadership of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, and use this momentum to position Ashanti as the forefront of global investment attention. Looking forward, I'm confident we can together, for the next Ashanti investment roadshows, we'll lay out conversations that will evolve into opportunities that will create jobs, and we'll have projects that are delivered and prosperity brought to this great region of our country. As we move forward, let me assure you that the GIPC will continue to provide the support, coordination, and facilitation required to turn investment interests in this region into meaningful projects. I want to end on this note by thanking all of you and to share with you just two thoughts as we arrived here together with our board chair, my deputy Razak, who is here with us. We went to the Ashanti Museum and we were given the history of Ashanti. what we saw was resilience. What we saw was a group of people that are so powerful that they live beyond themselves. Now you have achieved a lot for Ashanti. The next phase of achievement is the translation of all of this into an industrial transformation of your region. This is where we come in to support you. We also took the opportunity to visit A2 Agro Allied, Mr. Adolf Adakwa. And we can see the ingenuity of a Ghanaian, an Ashanti, who set up an agro-based industry comparable to any international standard. That is the model that we want to encourage businesses here to follow. We went to Olam. We've seen what a multinational can do. That cocoa processing ought not be located in Accra by the coast alone, that it can be closer to the farmer on the right incentives. These are the opportunities that we want to showcase to the rest of the world. And therefore, we hope that you will support us to build Ashanti that brought a lot of liberation to Ghana to be at the forefront of Ghana's economic emancipation through industrialization. I thank you very much for your attention.
Sorry. I think you can do better for a CEO. Thank you. Thank you so much for such inspiring remarks. Right, so as I mentioned earlier, and as the CEO said, this event is not just done by GIPC, it's in collaboration with Corporate Integrity Consult. And so at this point, we would want to take a word or a remark from them as well, so that they also share their point of view from the business side. And so please help me welcome Mr. Charles Apiakubi, who is the CEO of Corporate Integrity Consult, as he comes to give us a remark. Kindly give him a round of applause.
Thank you. You omitted one of my names, Kwesi. I'm Charles Kwesi Apiakubi. Thank you very much. Nananom, Regional Minister, policymakers, captains of industry, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a morning, saying good morning. It's both an honor and a responsibility to address this distinguished gathering at a time when the future of the Ashanti region demands bold thinking, strategic coordination, and decisive investment and action. Today, we meet not merely to discuss investment, but to define a new industrial identity for our region. For decades, Ashanti region has been one of the Ghana's economic pillars. As the historic heartland of commerce, culture, craftsmanship, and robust agriculture, anchored by a vibrant city of Kumasi. Ashanti has long demonstrated resilience and enterprise. Yet the question before us is critical. How do we transition from a commerce-driven economy to a production-driven industrial powerhouse? The future of Ashanti must go beyond its historic legacy. The task before us is to transform the region into a modern investment destination, an industrial powerhouse that supports sustainable economic development, job creation, and wealth generation. Industrial transformation begins with strategic investment. Investment is the lifeblood of economic development. It fuels innovation, builds infrastructure, creates jobs, and enhances productivity. For Ashanti to become a true hub of industrial transformation, we must be very deliberate about positioning the region as the preferred destination for both domestic and foreign investment. This requires strengthening several key pillars. Infrastructure is key. Almost about a decade that we talk about Buankra Inland Port, yet we haven't seen anything. We have Prempeh International Airport, yet we can't see any international flight there. That is a question that if you are interested in redefining Ashanti as a hub of industrial transformation, you must see completion of Buankra Inland Port and ensure that we bring international flight to our international airport. That is the definition of our seriousness. Second, industrial diversification is critical. While Ashanti is well known for gold mining and agriculture, there is significant opportunity to expand into manufacturing, agro-processing, light industrial production, and value-added services. Instead of exporting raw materials, we must prioritize processing and manufacturing locally. Cocoa timber, cassava, plantain, and other agricultural products can transform into high-value finished goods that generate higher income for our nation. And with this, I've heard the president suggesting that we are going to add value to our cocoa seeds. And I dare say, if there's going to be any factory to process our cocoa, it shouldn't be outside Ashanti region. That factory must be sited in Ashanti region. Thirdly, we must strengthen investment climate and regulatory environment. Investors thrive in environments where policies are predictable, regulations are transparent, and institutions are efficient. Streamlining administrative procedures, improving regulatory consistency, policy consistency, and reducing bureaucratic bottlenecks will significantly enhance investors' confidence in our region. Ladies and gentlemen, industrial transformation is not only about factories and machines. It is also about entrepreneurship and innovation. Small and medium enterprises remain the backbone of our economy. Supporting local entrepreneurs through access to finance, mentorship, technology, and market opportunities will stimulate inclusive industrial growth. Financial institutions are also critical in our quest to revamp the economy of Ashanti and make it a hub of industrial transformation. Access to affordable credit remains one of the most significant constraints to businesses' growth in Ghana. Policies that reduce the cost of borrowing and expand financial access will empower businesses to invest, expand production, and create employment. Furthermore, the public and private sectors must work together through strategic partnership. Government alone cannot drive industrial transformation, and the private sector cannot succeed without enabling policies and infrastructure. Collaboration between government, traditional authorities, investors, financial institutions, and development partners is essential for building a sustainable industrial ecosystem. Another key component of Ashanti transformation is the development of industrial clusters and economic zones. Establishing well-planned industrial parks and special economic zones will attract manufacturing firms, stimulate supply chains, and encourage technology transfer. Such clusters also create economy of scale, making it easier for businesses to share infrastructure services and skilled labor. Nananom, Regional Minister, ladies and gentlemen, the global economy is rapidly evolving. Technology advancements, digital transformation, and shifting global supply chains are creating new opportunities for emerging markets. We must position ourselves to benefit from these changes by embracing innovation, supporting technology-driven industries, and encouraging digital entrepreneurship. A call to action. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of Ashanti is not a distant dream. It is an economic necessity. But its success demands collaboration. It demands discipline. it demands courage. Let this summit not end as a discussion platform alone. Let it produce a clear action industrial strategy, bankable investment pipelines, time-bound implementation targets, and a public-private coordination framework. Ashanti has the history. We have the human capital. Ashanti has the entrepreneurial spirit required to become the leading center of industrial development in Ghana and even across Africa. What is required of us, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is our collective commitment, bold leadership, coordinated strategic action. Let us all commit today to reposition Ashanti from a trading center to a competitive industrial hub for our beloved country. The future of industry, the future of industrial Ghana can begin here in Ashanti. Let us therefore work together to unlock the full economic potential of our region. As Semini Dika, Juan Nebeka, Wuna Obeka, Misuna Beka. If you don't do it, who will do it? If you don't say it, who will say it? If you don't do it now, when will we do it? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time for action, the time for transformation is now. God bless Ashanti region and God bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charles Kusi Apiakubi. Thank you so much. I think we can do another one for him. That was a detailed one. Right. At this point, I'd like to say that all the things we are talking about here, about industry, making things better, investing and all of that, it can never be possible in the region unless the leadership accepts and supports. And obviously, as we can see, the regional minister is here, and that tells us that he's willing to help us do it and do it even better. And so at this point, we would want to take a mark from him. And so please help me, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause. Let's be upstanding and welcome Dr. Frank Amwako Henning as he gives us a remark.
Thank you very much. Please resume your seats. Nana of Insumahine and representative of His Royal Majesty Otumfuo Osei II. My father, the Kwamahine, I can see you present. The CEO for Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Mayor, my very own uncle, Honorable Opon Fosu, distinguished ladies and industry players gathered here. Good morning to you all. I am glad that we are gathered here again with industry and sector players to commission and commence this very great initiative as pioneered by the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. And as representative of the president here in the region, it is a privilege and honor to welcome you all to the Golden Bean here in Ashanti region for this forum. And this forum is not just organized for a talk show, but to ensure that we transform everything we are doing here into an action-oriented moves that will transform the region. Somewhere in January, we met here together with the majority of the industry players here to still discuss about investment opportunities here in Ashanti region. Because the region is such that it has so many and a vast untapped potentials when it comes to investment. The region equally is strategically located such that you won't successfully navigate the country without having to utilize Ashanti region. It means that those who are moving from the south to the north definitely go through the Ashanti region. Those who are moving from the north to the south equally go through the Ashanti region. And most definitely, to even access the ECOWAS market, majority of your consignment must move through the Ashanti region. Important for us, all investors and traders up north from Burkina Faso, Mali, and all the other countries that do not have access to the sea, after their consignment arrives at the port, they still have to navigate the region before their consignment gets to the north. So it means that if we strategically position the region, not only are we going to tap into the local resources we have here, but we would be able to tap into the resources across Africa and also on the global land scale. So I'm glad that we are gathered here to deepen this commitment and making sure that at the end of the day, we are able to start something great that future generations will benefit from. Again, let me share a story with you. I met a gentleman who had come in from the United States to participate in some of the activities we are undertaking here. Highly skilled and very much professional in what he does. But he asked a question of, we want to come back home. What is available for us to do? How would we be able to put our money to good use? Because our monies are just sitting in the banks, some sitting with us at home. How would we be able to invest back at home? The answer is right here and exactly what we are doing. So that at the end of the day, our families in the diaspora and even business partners out there would be able to have a clear path and a clear plan that if I have this amount, this is the partnership I can go into. So I'm glad if you turn to page 08 of the brochure as distributed to all of you, I'm sure you all have it. You should turn to it. Page 8. You realize that every district as listed, I think I have about 13 of them that are featuring in this book. Every district has a list of investment opportunities that are readily available in those districts. From agric to mining to trade to commerce to health to education. You can glance through and then get to know for yourself what we are made of as a region. We have 43 districts. What it tells us is that my MCEs and my DCEs present here, if you are not captured, then it means that your documents and your information is coming in too late. So from this forum, get back at work. Let us have yours equally captured. So that at the end of the day, when we are advertising the region in the manner that we are doing today, it will be holistic and it will capture across all sectors. So I want to thank you for this intervention for us as a region and for bringing this up in making sure that we sell and market the region and also open the region up for strategic partnership and investment. As head of government and as representative of His Excellency the President, I can assure you, and also as head of SWEXIC, I can assure you that we are ready to make sure your investments are protected so far as the region is concerned. We are ready to ensure that when it comes to security-related issues for your businesses, we are ready to make sure we give you support so that it even attracts more people to invest here in the region. Beyond that, we are also ready to make sure we connect you to all the agencies, because we know that before you successfully run a business, you have to run all the way through Registrar General, all the way through GRA and all the other institutions. We are ready to ensure that these processes will be very transparent, stress-free, and seamless, so that it will encourage more people to open businesses in the region and be able to promote our investment here in the region. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen gathered here, the region stands ready for innovation, ready for partnership, and ready for investment. And I'm glad that my good brother mentioned the strategic investments that the government is committed to making in the region, i.e. the Buankra Inland Port, is top on our agenda, and we are working so hard in making sure that it becomes a reality. Again, I'm glad to report that the Kumasi International Airport Phase 4, which is actually the phase that is required to make it international as required. Work started in February, and the contractor is on site and working. Again, today I received a team concerning the free zone area at Angomaso within the Jiso enclave, where we have over 1,000 acres of land that is marked for a free zone area. Nananom, I would plead with you. There was a serious issue with chieftaincy and also with the landlords on those lands. We paid compensation to 80 households so that we would be able to have access to the land. Unfortunately, it became a back and forth. since 2018 to 2025. When we went back to do the head count, we have over 800 new buildings that have come up on that same land, which require additional compensation. So we want to plead with Nananum so that you would be able to help us and intervene. So we will be able to have access to that land and be able to develop it in a way that we want to have it. Whilst at that, we have instructed all the MMDCs to equally provide us with land availabilities within their respective districts, so that as we wait to work on that free zone enclave, all districts that are ready and have available lands can equally have an opportunity of seeing that development, so that we're not held back that land litigation issue. So we remain committed to collaborations between investors with the communities and to transform opportunities into prosperity. Let us therefore encourage all participants to take full advantage of this forum, engage actively, explore partnerships. And as we are gathered here, people are into various business. Network, talk to people, share your cards with each other. Let's see how best we can form a progressive network from this forum. On behalf of His Excellency the President and people of Ashanti region, I warmly welcome you all to this forum and to Ashanti region, and also to indicate our commitment in making sure that our investment community here in Ashanti region is robust. Having said that, it's a Wednesday with a lot on my table. So when I take my seat and you don't get to find me again, I will definitely be leaving my shoes for the mayor to stand in my steps so that he can help Nana steer the affairs of this event whilst I take care of other urgent matters that are coming up. With this said, I want to thank you all for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Please appreciate him. I think we can do better for all the commitment he's shown, a special interest in everything happening this morning. Thank you so much, Doctor. We are grateful. At this point, we want to acknowledge some wonderful people who have left their very busy schedules like you and I to join us this morning. So please, if I mention your name, kindly give us a wave. We would want to see you. Who knows, someone might want to come over for a partnership, just like the minister said. And so we have with us, of course, the regional minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, who just spoke. Please appreciate him. We also have the mayor, Honorable Kwesi Ofori Buedu Richard. Sorry. Please appreciate.
Two.
Who is a queen mother, and she is Nana Mercy Afrowa Nijan. I hope I mentioned the name right. Right. Thank you so much. We also have the director of Head of Innovation for the 24-hour economy, Dr. Ishmael Ni Amanododu. Please, if you are here. Right. And we also have you too. Please give yourself a round of applause. And thank you for being here all this while. We really appreciate your presence. At this point, as the CEO mentioned, this event is brought to us not just by GIPC and Corporate Integrity Consult. MTN is also a very strong partner. And so at this point, we want to appreciate them and have them come and give us a very short remark. They are a partner as well as a sponsor. And so appreciate MTN Ghana as they come to give us a word. MTN, please, are you ready? Okay, so she's coming all the way from the back. Appreciate her, please. Right, thank you. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, CEOs, company reps, distinguished guests, I am honored to reaffirm
Your Royal
MTN's
Highness,
commitment as a development
Honorable
partner
Regional Minister,
supporting the GIPC Regional Investment Roadshows. As Ghana's leading digital and telecoms operator, MTN is proud to stand with the GIPC as they unlock regional and district level investment opportunities across the country. Initiatives like this drive inclusive growth, and we are proud to help amplify that national vision. MTN offers more than connectivity. We bring a platform for innovation, digital transformation, and very importantly, entrepreneurship. Together with the GIPC, we aim to attract investment into technology and innovation hubs, expand digital infrastructure, strengthen e-commerce, and create meaningful opportunities for Ghana's youth across agriculture, healthcare, education, and other key sectors. MTN is committed to supporting businesses, to communities, and investors with tools, partnerships, and digital capabilities needed to thrive. As we join you on this regional tour, we also look forward to engaging our customers, sharing our solutions, and deepening the exceptional experiences we strive to deliver to individuals and businesses alike. On behalf of MTN Ghana, I extend our sincere appreciation to the CEO of GIPC, a good friend of mine, and the entire team for their dedication to Ghana's economic transformation. We value this partnership deeply, and together we can help build a stronger, more competitive, and more prosperous Ghana. Thank you very much.
Your Royal Highness, Honorable Regional Minister, Honorable Mayor, and to all stakeholders gathered here. It's such a great privilege for MTN to have such a partnership with GIPC. And as our CEO clearly stated, digital innovation is very key to us as a business, and we believe as SMEs and as corporate institutions, this is also going to help to grow such businesses. And so today we have our here, and we have a team together with our mobile money team at the far end. Should you need any solution, any question, any suggestions, we are ever ready to give you such responses. Thank you.
Thank you, MTN. That was very short, concise, and powerful. Please give them a round of applause once again. Thank you, MTN. Okay, so still with the acknowledgements. You would remember or you would recall that earlier we had to stand up for some powerful men of the land to enter. We'd like to acknowledge them. So, Nananom, please, if you hear your name.
Quality investment that will stimulate economic growth and create sustainable development. In line with government's commitment to balanced regional development, the center has introduced the Investment Opportunity Mapping Project to identify and profile investment opportunities across all regions of the country. This initiative ensures that investors have access to credible information about opportunities beyond the traditional commercial centers. Nananom, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ashanti region presents a wide range of investment opportunities across multiple sectors, from agriculture and agro-processing to manufacturing, tourism, mining support services, and logistics. The region possesses the natural resources, infrastructure, and human capital necessary to support large-scale investment. Strategically located at the center of Ghana, Ashanti serves as a major commercial and transportation hub, linking the northern and southern parts of the country. This strategic advantage positions the region as a natural gateway for trade, industry, and regional commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, this investment roadshow therefore provides an important platform to showcase investment-ready opportunities.
Can come to you when we go on break. So we have Chairman Ashanti Business Owners Association, Mr. J.K. Ajiman. Please give us a wave if you are here. Okay, we also have CEO Royal City Company, Mr. Mark Osei Boache. Please, if you are here, give us a wave. Right. Please, if you are here, give us a wave. Right. Okay. Together a wonderful video capturing all the places you can go and invest. And so at this point, I would need your rapt attention as the media projects the video for us to watch in few minutes. Media, please, are you ready? Right, they are. So kindly sit, enjoy, and kindly keep notes so that you go there right after here and put your money in there. Thank you.
In the heart of Ghana lies a land of culture, natural wealth, and economic dynamism, the Ashanti region. Home to Kumasi, Ghana's second largest city, this region stands as a commercial powerhouse and a strategic investment gateway to central and northern Ghana and the rest of West Africa. Located in the middle belt of Ghana, the Ashanti region spans approximately 24,389,000 square kilometers, making it one of the country's largest and most strategically positioned regions. Its central location makes it a natural logistics corridor, a crossroads for trade, one of Ghana's agricultural strongholds. The region is a major producer of cocoa, cassava, maize, and oil palm still leaves the region unprocessed. This creates immediate opportunity in industrial cocoa grinding, starch and ethanol production, food juice processing, modern rice milling, and cold chain logistics. The Ashanti region is not just commerce, it's culture in motion. And the historic Menchia Palace, seat of the Asante Hene. Its museum preserves centuries of Ashanti history and rare archives that chronicle one of Africa's most powerful pre-colonial kingdoms. Nearby, the Kumasi Cultural Center sustains traditional craftsmanship, wood carving, brass casting, and kente weaving, while Rattray Park reflects a modern urban leisure culture. In Bonyere, master weavers continue the centuries-old art of authentic kente production, a global symbol of Ghanaian identity and royalty. And during Akwesidai, colorful Durbers bring ancestral traditions vividly to life. Standing as a reminder of colonial resistance is the Kumasi Fort, now home to the Ghana Armed Forces Museum. Within its walls is the cell where Yasantua, the warrior queen who led the 1900 War of the Golden Stool against the British rule, was once imprisoned, a powerful symbol of courage and sovereignty. The Okomfo-Anokye sword site is another iconic Ashanti landmark. Legend says the sword planted by the great priest Okomfo-Anokye can never be moved. Today, it stands as a symbol of Ashanti heritage, attracting visitors and investors alike to the region's rich cultural tourism sector. From the sacred waters of Lake Bosomtwe to lush forests and wildlife sanctuaries, Ashanti offers layered cultural and ecological experiences. For investors, this means opportunity. Boutique heritage hotels, eco-lodges, guided tours, and premium hospitality ventures rooted in living tradition. For over a century, the Ashanti region has stood at the heart of Ghana's gold story. Home to the world-class Obuasi mine, operated by Anglo Gold Ashanti. Ashanti sits on the prolific Ashanti Gold Belt, one of West Africa's richest geological formations. Ghana remains Africa's leading gold producer, and Ashanti continues to anchor that position. But beyond legacy lies opportunity. From new exploration prospects along the belt, to mining services and supply chain integration, to gold refining and value addition driven by the Ghana Gold Board, Ashanti offers structured, bankable entry points across the gold value chain. Beyond gold, Ashanti's bauxite, manganese, granite, and limestone present exploration and processing opportunities that can attract ventures in downstream mineral beneficiation. Reliable energy is foundational to industrialization. Growing demand is driving services ecosystem expanding. The region is well positioned as a tech growth corridor. As urbanization expands and industrial zones develop, demand for residential, commercial, and industrial real estate continues to rise. Whether modern housing development, logistics parks, or mixed-use communities, real estate investment taps into the region's long-term growth trajectory. From fertile plains and bustling markets to industrial parks and tech corridors, the Ashanti region of Ghana is poised for its next wave of growth. For investors seeking opportunity in Africa's emerging market, Ashanti region beckons with resources, people, and a future ready to be shaped. For detailed investment information, facilitation, and guidance, connect with the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, your trusted partner for investing in Ghana. And remember, Ghana is open for business.
Thank you. Kindly appreciate GIPC. That was a very detailed one. Right, and I believe that all investors have actually taken notes and would move on to them. At this point, we've seen, and definitely the king of the land has a representative here with us who would give us a speech. And so please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Nana Dramina Kenteng II. But before he comes, definitely there's a need for cultural troupe to welcome him as tradition demands. And so, yeah.
Distinguished guest,
na yadawasi pi yadawasi ewo ensem hwehwam a wabeka kyerɛ. Thank you. Please let's give a round of applause once again to Nana Dramina Kenteng II, the paramount chief of Ofenso traditional area. Thank you, Nana. We are very grateful. At this point, we would want to take a presentation, and it's actually on the Ashanti regional investment landscape. aside the video, there's actually a presentation that's going to give an in-depth description and detail about all the places we can invest once again into. And to do that for us, we have the Deputy CEO of GIPC, who is in the person of Mr. Razak Ba.
Our land size is roughly about 238 square kilometers. We speak English here in Ghana. Our capital city is Accra. Our population is about 35 million people, and we spend the Ghanaian city. Some key economic indicators for Ghana, and I don't know, our clicker is not working. It's a bit up. Last year we did about $31 billion in total export, and 10 billion of that 31 billion came from gold, which Ashanti region, I think, contributed majority of that to gold. Consumer confidence is also up, meaning that Ghanaian consumers are very confident in the economy. They are spending. They have a positive view of the economy. But most importantly, businesses are also confident in the economic outlook. Businesses are spending. They are hiring people. So the story about our economy, it's really great. So next slide. So now I'm focusing on Ashanti region, which is why we are here today. So why you should invest in Ashanti region. Next slide. So just a snapshot of what Ashanti region is. Of course, we are in Kumasi, the Garden City, one of my favorite cities in Ghana. Total population is about 5.4 million people, which is about roughly 15% of the total transport. The airport, when completed fully, would have a capacity to handle about 1 million passengers annually. And of course, the Bonkra Inland Port has been spoken about. The regional minister had assured us that work is ongoing there. I understand that phase 1 of the Bonkra Inland Port is about 80% complete. Phase 2 should be starting pretty soon. And once that is completed, that should link Tema and Takoradi to the rest of the region. In addition to the strategic location of Kumasi and Ashanti region, the region is, and that's why we are here today. And some of the areas that has attracted the most investments when it comes to value of that investment is building and construction, services and manufacturing. And there has been about 422 projects that has resulted from this $3.4 billion in foreign direct investment that has come into this region. Next slide. So in order to put this in context, let's compare Ashanti region to the rest of the regions in Ghana. Ashanti region is third when it comes to the amount of foreign direct investment that comes into Ghana. Out of the about $52.8 billion of investment that has come into Ghana between 1994 and 2025, Ashanti region has only attracted 6% of that investment. I think we can do much, 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 much better. Given that, again, Ashanti region's value proposition, it's that you cannot go to the north without passing through Ashanti region, and you cannot go to the south without passing through Ashanti region. And this abundance of natural resources, I think we can do much, much better with this. And that's why we are here today. It's to spotlight the investment opportunities in Ashanti region. And hopefully, within the next few years, Ashanti region is my favorite region. I went to school here, and I have a soft spot for Ashanti region. So I'd like to see Ashanti region go all the way to number 2 or number 1. Next slide. So these are some of the major companies that are operating today in Ashanti region. Next slide, please. Incentives. Incentive meaning that, again, I was looking for the true translation of incentives, but I couldn't find it, and that's why I'm doing this presentation in English. But basically, incentives means that as an investor, if you're investing here in Ashanti region and in Ghana in general, what do you get as an investor? And I know this is typically one of the favorite topics for investors. So next slide. So before I talk about incentive, let's talk about the corporate income tax in Ghana. So in Ghana, we pay 25% corporate income tax in Ghana, which is one of the lowest corporate income tax you can find in the West African region. The West African region, an average of 28% corporate income tax. And if you compare that to the 25% we are paying here in Ghana, you are getting a bargain when it comes to the corporate income tax. So now I'm bringing the incentives into it. In Ghana, I think the biggest incentive package that we have is under the Free Zones Board, Free Zones Authority, and we have folks from the Free Zones here that will talk about this more. So I'm not going to talk too much about this, but basically the Free Zones is designed to promote companies that are export-oriented. So if you're a company here that you export at least 70% of your products outside, you qualify to become a Free Zones enterprise. You do not need to be located in a free zone enclave. As long as you are exporting about 70% of your product, you qualify to become a free zone enterprise. And you do not have to be a Ghanaian company. I think there's a misconception that, oh, this is only for Ghanaians. No, foreigners can also benefit from free zones as long as they are exporting at least 70% of their products. And what do you get as a free zone enterprise? You get 0% corporate income tax for 10 years. 0% for 10 years. And after 10 years, instead of paying the 25%, you are paying 15%. In addition to the tax holiday, you are also getting exemptions or duty waivers when you import your machineries, raw materials, and machines. Again, there is no restrictions as to foreign ownership. Anyone who is investing in Ghana and exporting 70% can benefit from that. So that is the free zones, and I know the free zones people are here to talk more about it. The second set of incentive packages we have here is what we call the Strategic Investment Initiative, which is basically for investors who are investing at least 50 million and above into some strategic areas in Ghana. If you qualify for this, you basically get to sit with the government of Ghana and negotiate whatever incentive packages that you have. Next slide. So in addition to the free zones, we also have incentives around farming and agriculture. For instance, if you are into farming and agriculture, if you import your agriculture machinery, your equipment, your tools, you are exempted from import duties. If you're also importing your fertilizers, your agrochemicals, you're also exempt from import duties. Those that are into tree crop farming, coffee, palm oil, rubber, shea butter, you pay 1% corporate income tax for 10 years. And for those that are into cash crops, they pay 1% for 5 years. In addition to that, if you're located here in Kumasi, you get a discount on your corporate income tax. If you're located in Kumasi, instead of paying 25%, because Kumasi people are special, you get to pay only 15% if you are located here in Kumasi. If you are located outside of Kumasi, so if you are in Ejuso and other areas surrounding Kumasi, you are extra special, and so you get a discount on your corporate income tax. You pay 10% corporate income tax as long as you are located in those areas. And in addition to that, there's also laws carry forward for 5 years, which basically means in simple English is that if you start a business and for the first 5 years you make losses, you are allowed to carry your losses into the future to help you offset some of the taxes that you pay. There's also accelerated depreciation, meaning that you can depreciate your equipment faster. And also if you do any repairs and maintenance on your farm equipment, you get to take that on your tax deduction, and so you pay a lower tax. Next slide. So there's also incentives under manufacturing. Again, if you're importing your plant and machinery, you're exempt from constant duties. If you're also located in specific areas in the Ashanti region, you get to pay a lower corporate income tax. So if you're a manufacturing company located here in Kumasi, you get to pay about 18% corporate income tax. If you're located outside of Kumasi, you're a manufacturing company, you get to pay about 12.5%. And very similar to agriculture, you're also allowed to carry your losses into the future up to 5 years. Next slide. There are also other incentives as well for the various sectors. So for financing and banking, for financial services who are providing loans to farmers, you pay 20% corporate income tax. And also for construction and accommodation, if you're into affordable housing, which we have a huge deficit in Ghana, you pay 1% for 5 years if you're building low-income housing. So there's also automotive development policy for 0% for semi-knockdown. And there's also waste processing. If you're a company that's engaged in waste processing, you pay 1% corporate income tax for 7 years. Next slide. In addition to all the financial incentives you have, there's also a ton of non-financial incentives. For instance, in Ghana, we guarantee protection against expropriation, which basically means in simple English that if you set up and you're operating in Ghana, there's no day the government will wake up and take over your investment. Your investment is protected under the law and respected in practice. No way the government will wake up and then take over your investment. As well, you are also entitled to have a full transfer of your capital, your profits, your dividends. There is no control as to you transferring your profits outside of Ghana. In addition to that, we also have commercial courts that are specifically designed to take care of commercial disputes. So if you have anything to do with intellectual property, fraud, taxes, there are special courts that are designed for that. There's also dispute resolution. If you have any issues with your investment, you are free to go for arbitration. Next slide. Okay, so I have talked about why you should invest in Ghana, and I hope by now you have been convinced that the Ashanti region should be your preferred destination for your investments. The next logical question is to what do you invest in Ashanti region? What are some of the opportunities that are available in Ashanti region? There are tons of opportunities, but I'm going to focus on the key areas. I'm going to focus on the government-led investment opportunities, number one. I'm also going to focus on agriculture and agribusinesses. And finally, I will touch on mining as well. So let's go to the next slide. So government-led investment opportunities here. I think the biggest one is the Bonkra, and I think we have spoken so much about it. Like I said, our last check was that phase one was 80% completed, and it's expected to be operationalized by the end of this year. Phase two should begin sometime this year once phase one is completed. And we believe at the Ghana Investment Promotion Center that this will be a game changer for the region. This would become the infrastructure backbone for industrialization of the region. So we are in full support and advocating that this project should be completed. Next slide. In addition to that, the CEO talked about it. This is the Kumasi Expressway. And I think this is one of the key projects that the government really wants to focus and complete that. And it's also a key component of the big push. And we all know what it is. It's a 6-lane superhighway expressway that comes from Accra all the way to Kumasi. It has been designed to cut your travel time by 2.5 hours. And in addition to that, the number of kilometers that you spend will be reduced drastically. So I believe currently today from Accra to Kumasi, it's about 250 kilometers. Once this has been completed, that would be cut down to about 198. It's about 25 kilometers reduction. So once this is done again, we also believe that this will be the infrastructure backbone that would spur the industrialization of Kumasi. Next step. So this is also the Greater Kumasi Industrial and Logistics Corridor, which I believe has been spoken about as well. And I think this provides great benefits for investors. Once this has been completed, this will serve as a plug and play for investors who are interested in manufacturing. For instance, if you're interested in textiles, pharmaceuticals, light manufacturing, this industrial enclave would serve as a plug and play for you. You just come, it's already established. You come and establish, there's already infrastructure there. You come and establish, and you're able to operate. In addition to that, it also becomes a logistics hub, agro-processing, and also engineering services. We know the great talent that we have at Swami Magazine. Once this is completed, this will bring all that talent together. In addition to that, of course, it will also provide you with faster and lower cost accessibility to ports and inland markets and regional trade hubs. And in addition to that, of course, you would also be able from here to access the Ashanti market. Next slide. Another project, which is a government-led project, actually led by the 24-hour economy that I really want to talk about is the Kumasi Machinery and Technology Park. And the idea is to formalize the Swami Magazine and all of the engineering talent that's here in the Ashanti region. I went to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. I experienced some of the talent, engineering talent that we had here in this region. So this project is meant to formalize that, and it also meant to cut down our import of farm and machinery equipment. As of today, we import about $1.5 billion of farm equipment into Ghana. Once this project is completed, that should cut that down to about 40%. The current status of the project, and I believe the 24-hour economy can touch more on it. The current status of the project is that it's in the pre-feasibility stage, and I think there has been a seed fund of about seed capital of about $2.6 million. So we are hopeful about this project, and once that is completed, that should create jobs in the region. It should create about 8,600 jobs. Total investment of about $56 million with an internal rate of return by 16 to 20%. And the payback period, meaning that if you invest in this project, you should get paid between 5 to 7 years. Next slide. Okay, so let's talk about agriculture and agribusiness, which is very dear to my heart. So next slide. So a key things that makes the Ashanti region unique when it comes to agriculture and agro-businesses is number one, it's agroecological diversity. The Ashanti region is very unique in the sense that towards the north of the region, towards the transition zone or the transition belts, if you are moving from the region towards the north side of it, you have an ecological zone that is suitable for maize and other cereals plantation. And if you are moving to the south, towards the rainforest, the middle belt of it, it is uniquely positioned for crop production, such as palm oil and all of that stuff. You hardly get that in other regions as well, where you have a diversity of agroecological zone, where one region you can get high yields for different variety of products. And I think that really is unique to the Ashanti region. In addition to that, of course, given that uniqueness, Ashanti region is number one, like I said, in maize, in plantain, in cocoyam, and it's also number two in cassava. There's also a large population right here in Kumasi and a vibrant trading economy that would create demand for food products and agricultural products as well. And of course, this region has an extensive farming community and has a strong farming tradition that goes all the way back. So if our investors who are interested in outgrower programs, people here have been doing farming for a very long time, and best believe that you would get people to do your outgrower program. Next slide. So in order for us to understand what Ashanti region has to offer in terms of the agricultural opportunity, let's step back and just do a deep dive into the agricultural value chain in the region so we can best understand where to invest. If you look at the value map here, again, like I said, Ashanti region is very unique in the sense that you have a region that you can get high yields for grains and legume. At the same time, you can also get high yields for starchy foods and tree crops as well. So the idea is that the farming is done in this region. You get those high yields. You bring them to the Kumasi, the greater Kumasi area for processing and trading. So from here, you can do the aggregation and drying. You can do processing of cassava into starch, the fruit into fruit juice, poultry feeds, maize meals, all of that stuff. And also, there's also pack houses, warehouses, and cold chain here in that region. From there, if the Bonkra Inland Port is completed and the airport is also, becomes an international airport in reality, and also the expressway and all that stuff, from Kumasi, you can be able to access the domestic market using the Accra Expressway and then the Bonkra Inland Port. And you can also be able to access the international airport via the port. So from the Bonkra Inland Port, you can go straight to Tema, or you can go straight to Takoradi to be able to export your products. And for your perishables, you have your international airport here that you can use to quickly export your perishables to foreign markets. So what are some of the opportunities that are available? Across this value chain from number 1, 2, 3, 4, these are opportunities that you can find. The first opportunity, of course, is commercial high-value farming. You can take advantage of that and create commercial farms here. The second one is also the establishment of farmer mechanization centers. Of course, if you are doing large-scale farming, you would need equipment, your tractors, your combine harvesters to do that. So there's opportunity for establishment mechanization centers. There's also agro-processing for starch, turning cassava into starch, ethanol, and all that. And there's also opportunities for cold storage, warehouses, and aggregation hubs as well. So we are inviting investors to come and take advantage of the great uniqueness of this region when it comes to agriculture and add value to the products that are here in the region. Next slide. Let's talk about the mining sector. Next slide. So here it's a minerals profile of the Ashanti region. The Ashanti region, thank God, is endowed with gold. Ghana is Africa's #1 gold producer. It used to be South Africa, but Ghana overtook South Africa a few years ago to become #1. And of course, Ghana would not have been able to do this without the contribution of this region, without the mining sites in Obuasi and other regions that are contributing heavily to our gold sector. In addition to that, there's also bauxites that are located in this region. So there are investment opportunities across this value chain. There's investment opportunities in integrated aluminum value chain for aluminum refinery, smeltering, and downstream manufacturing. There's also opportunities in geological studies and exploration and development. We know that Ghana is blessed with minerals, especially the Ashanti region. We need more companies to come and undertake exploration and geological works. There's also opportunities in gold refinery. It's a mining equipment fabrication. There's also opportunities in mining logistics, warehouses, and supply depots. And there's also opportunities in the environmental sector as well, such as the tailoring management and environmental remediation services. Next slide. So I really want to spend a little bit of time here on the local content in mining. So the notion has been that we all have to go up the upstream of mining. Everyone needs to go into mining. Everyone needs to have a mining permit, do all the mining. But there's a huge opportunity that's being lost in the local content requirement. And before we talk about local content, let's step back and just take understand what local content is for folks here who don't understand what it is. So under our laws, under our mining laws, companies who are operating here in our mining sector are required, not if they want to, they are required under the law to procure their goods and services locally where possible, and also support the development of Ghanaian suppliers. So the law mandates them to procure locally from Ghanaian companies. And if you take a look at the numbers, in 2023, mining companies spent more than $3 billion in procuring mining equipment and mining supplies. Ghanaian companies only got 40% of this over 3 billion, this 3 billion amount, which means that we are leaving a lot of money on the table. $4 billion, and we are only getting 40% of it. This, I believe, is the next stage for Ghanaian companies to take advantage of. These are all the areas that Ghanaians can take advantage of. Ghanaians can take advantage of contract mining, haulage and transport services, fuel services, security services, legal services, catering, electrical cables, lubricants, bolts and nuts, all of these things Ghanaian can take advantage of. So I highly encourage the investors who are here. Yes, we all want to go upstream, but there's a huge $3 billion opportunity that is waiting for you in the local content mining. Next slide. So in Ghana, if you're interested in going to the mining sector in Ghana, we currently run about two scale mining scale. The first one is the small mining, which is reserved for Ghanaians. So anything up to 25 acres is reserved for Ghanaians. Foreigners cannot go into that sector. On the other hand, we have the large scale mining, which is open to foreigners. So this has been what we've had for a very long time, this two scale mining leasing system. There's an ongoing discussion, and there's ongoing discussion and then policy to introduce the medium scale, which would be a combination of the small scale and the large scale as well. And I think this is where Ghanaian miners who are not that high capital intensive can take advantage of once the medium scale mining becomes a reality. That has not been passed yet. This has been a proposal. It is believed that within Q2 of this year, this will become a reality for Ghanaians to take advantage in. Next slide. Okay. So let's talk about some of the incentives that are available in the mining sector. Now, mining in Ghana has been going on for a very, very long time. Our mining industry is very matured, so we don't have that much incentives available here. But here are some of the incentives that we have. There's 5% gross royalty in the mining sector. You also have your capital allowance. You also have your loss carry forward. You also have some custom exemptions when you import some mining machineries into the country. So these are some of the incentives that are available. I'm going to move very faster because of time. So to get into the mining sector is very easy. It's a three-step process in Ghana. The first thing you need to do is that you need to incorporate a company, and that company will have to be domiciled here in Ghana. You cannot have a company in abroad and wanting to participate in the mining sector. That is not allowed. The second thing is that you need to acquire mineral rights. In Ghana, we run a three-stage licensing system. The first license you get is your recognizance. The second one you get is your prospecting, and the final one you get in order to go into mining is your mining lease. Currently, you can get up to 30 years of mining lease, but there's legislation to reduce that into about 15 to 20 years. So once you incorporate your company, you have your mineral rights. You go and then you secure your environmental permits from EPA. You do your community consultation and engagement, which is very, very important. You will be able to go into the Ghana mining sector. Next slide. So here are some of the key trends that are in the mining sector. Again, like I said, the mining lease is going to be reduced from the 30 years to between 15 to 20 years. There's also the sliding scale royalty framework, where the royalty that we pay will be tied to world minerals prices. So when the prices change, we make sure that Ghana is getting the best value for that. In addition to that, there's also a 1% community development, which will be levied on top of this royalty, where communities can directly benefit from the mines that they have in their community. So communities will not be at the mercy of companies' corporate social responsibility anymore. This will be legislated, and the government will be required to spend 1% in developing the communities where there's mining going on. In addition to that, there was an elimination of the VAT in minerals exploration. There are new institutions like the Gold Board that we know, and there's also the mandatory equipment registration. So if you are bringing in your equipment for mining, you are required now to register those with the DVLA. Next slide. Okay, so here are some of the regulators in the industry. Of course, you have your Lands and Natural Resources for mining policy. You have your MINCOM, EPA, GRA, all these institutions. Next slide. Okay, so how do you invest in Ghana now? Now you know why you should invest in Ghana, in Ashanti region in particular. You know what to invest in agriculture, mining. Now the question is, how do you invest? Next slide. So before we talk about how you invest, let's quickly introduce GIPC and what we do. So we are the government institution that is responsible for promoting, attracting, and facilitating investment, as well as regulating investments in Ghana. So what that means is that, next slide. So what that means is that if you're coming to Ghana to invest in Ghana, make GIPC your first stop. We offer a lot of services for free. We offer business linkages. We give you research data. We do investment facilitation. We hold your hand and make sure that your journey in investing in Ghana is smooth and secured. Next slide. So here's our investment facilitation approach. The first thing we do is typically we show investment opportunities in regions across the country. And if you're an investor, you see those opportunities, you are interested. What you do is that you do a formal expression of interest in that. You send a letter that says, hey, GIPC, I saw this investment opportunity. I'm interested. Please help me. We take that. We do our due diligence to make sure that you are who you are. And then we begin the engagement. We'll create a secure data room. We'll share proprietary data and sensitive data for you to access. And once that is done, we do site visits and technical workshops, and hopefully we go into a final negotiation and agreements, and we sign the deal, and the project is executed. But once the project is executed, we do not leave you by yourself. We have our aftercare team that takes care of our post-establishment, post-investment issues. So once you've established you're operating in Ghana and you have issues with government agencies, our aftercare team will help you resolve those issues. Next slide. So doing business in Ghana is very easy, at least on paper. Very, very easy. It's a three-step process. The first step is that you incorporate your company just like you do in any other country. The second thing is that you meet a minimum capital requirement and register with GIPC, which I'll talk about in the next slide. And the third thing is that you have to obtain your sectorial permits and licenses. So if you're into mining, you acquire your mining license, your environmental permits and all that. Next slide. So investing in Ghana, there's a specific minimum capital requirement that you have to meet. These minimum capital requirements applies to any investment that has a foreign participation in it. Does not apply to Ghanaian companies. Again, this does not apply to 100% Ghanaian-owned companies. So if you're an investor and you're coming to Ghana to invest and you want to go into a joint venture, you don't have to. But if you want to go into a joint venture with a Ghanaian should have at least 10% of the equity stake, and you have to show a minimum capital requirement of about $200,000. If you want to be a foreign-owned company, you have to show $500,000. And if you want to go into trading, which has historically been reserved for Ghanaians, you have to show a higher threshold of $1 million. And with these capital requirements, you don't have to show that in cash. We're not saying that bring a bag of cash. What you need to do is that you need to show that you are bringing this worth amount of investment into Ghana. It could be in capital goods, it could be in raw materials, it could be in machinery, all of that stuff. Just make sure you are bringing this worth amount of investments into Ghana. There are exceptions to these requirements, though. The first exception is that if you are going to manufacturing, you don't need to meet this minimum capital requirement. Just come and set up in Ghana, and then you can operate. As well, if you're married to a Ghanaian for at least 5 years, you don't need to meet this minimum capital requirement. And finally, if you're once upon a time a Ghanaian and you decided not to become a Ghanaian again, we still recognize you, we appreciate you, we like you, and so you will be exempt from these minimum capital requirements. There's a new bill that's going through the parliamentary process, the legislative process. That new bill is looking to abolish these minimum capital requirements. So once that bill becomes law, these 200,000, 500,000, they will all go away, except for trading, where trading again has historically been reserved for Ghanaians, and we want Ghanaians to be into trading. But this minimum requirement would not go away. It will only reduce from $1 million to about $500,000, $500,000. Next slide. So these are some of the regulators that we work with at GIPC. Again, like I said, if you're coming to Ghana to invest, make GIPC your first stop. We have focal presence in all these government agencies that would help you with all the things you need in order to set up and operate here in Ghana. Next slide. Next slide. So I'd like to conclude by thank you very much, first of all, for listening to me. I know this was long and boring. I think they said that the average human span, attention span is about 6 seconds, but this obviously went over 6 seconds. Next time I'll make sure I'll keep this presentation under 6 seconds so you can pay attention. And also I'd like to conclude by inviting you to our Ghana International Investment Summit, which will be our first ever premier matchmaking platform for all the investors who are into Ghana and outside of Ghana. So if you are looking to come and meet companies to invest in your companies, do matchmaking, please make sure that you come for this event, which would be in August, and it will be at Accra International Conference Center. Thank you very much for listening to me, and yep, thanks.
That was a powerful marathon. Please appreciate him again. And for those of us who were able to follow, I'm believing that we took a lot of wonderful things out of it because the details were very, very key. I wrote a few things down and I'm sure you did too. Right. At this point, we would want to take a group photo. It's not what you're thinking. Hold on. Hold that thought. We want to have a group photo for our dignitaries that are on the front row. Respectfully, can you please come up so that we take a photo, because my understanding is that some of us would have to take our leave before we move on to the next session. So kindly, respectfully, CEO, Nananom, the rep for the mayor, deputy CEO, board members, kindly do us the honors and please, is the photographer ready? Right. Don't worry, the rest of us will have our time later. Please, they said you should go back just a little because of the table with the projector on it. Are we done? Right, thank you so much. Please, you can take your seats. Okay, so please, we are moving on. Thank you, thank you. Please, can we take our seats? Because we are actually at the very, very important part of the event where we get to have a discourse with powerful business people who share their thoughts. We get the chance to ask questions, get the chance to probe into what they do and how we can also get into it. I believe most of us came here for partnership and for, networking. And so please, let's not go yet. And so at this point, we would want to have that very important session where there's a panel discussion. And so please, if I mention your name, the panel members, you kindly take your seat up there so that we continue. So we have Council Member of Africa Peer Review Mechanism and also CEO of New Lucky Electrical Company Limited and immediate past president of GIPC, and this person is Dr. Joseph Obing. Please appreciate him as he comes up stage. We also have the CEO of Midland Group, Mr. Michael Edubofo. Please appreciate him also as he comes and takes a seat. We also have the CEO of Obibini Blackman Company Limited, Dr. Thomas Kofi Dompem. Right. I can't hear the clap. Thank you for that. We also have Mrs. Jemfua Owusu-Echao, who is National Council Member, AGI. Right. So this is actually the very first panel discussion, and the moderator or the person who is going to steer the conversation is none other than the host of Key Points and Ghana Tonight and head of Business Desk TV3, who is in the person of Mr. Alfred Akrofi Okansi. Please appreciate him. So, like I mentioned earlier, this is where the whole conversation is going to go on, the detailed ones, the practical ones. You get to hear for yourself, you get to ask questions, you get to pick your notes and interact. But while at it, please, I would have you know that GIPC is so generous. They know we've been sitting for so long. Some of us are thirsty and all of that. There's a cocoa break behind the auditorium. Some may say coffee, but we are in Ashanti region, so it's cocoa break. When you go there, you get a tea of cocoa and many other beverages for you. And so please, if you can just go out there, pick it, come back, and then let's continue. But it's not a break. We are doing this, but you can do that along the line. So please, let's try and then get engaged. And so thank you. Please appreciate them once again. And I will hand the mic to Mr. Okansi so that we move on to the segment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Millicent. Thank you. Please put your hands together for Millicent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. And as Millicent was kind to have introduced me, as I work with Media General, owners of TV3 and 3FM, Akuma FM, who are also media partners here. And so at this point, I want to acknowledge the general manager of Akuma FM, Ransford Asari, and his team are here. Please, let's put our hands together for him. He's right behind there. And then also William Evansinkum, our Northern Bureau Chief, is behind, together with the host of the morning show, Sir John, all at the back there. Thank you, guys. And also Collins Odro of Lawson Herbal as well, who came with us. Thank you so much. First off, I think we've established the foundation for this conversation. And so what we would do is to not stick to just the English language for the medium of communication. We can do a hybrid. And so you can mix the Twi and English, so we can communicate to as many people as so who are in the audience as well. This is going to be an audience-focused conversation. In Crofona, one more presentation, one more kanyame bebre. Na yana your business, no man na Crofona one more business, one more tiniama na koso ewo formo. Intino niama hamo anase niama intimi emma Ashanti businesses intimi emphasize opportunities here GIPC at the treyeno and none here baby di home come on. Essentially what we're going to be talking about are some of the barriers that you are faced with in the Ashanti region, and then what can be done to address those barriers as well, to access all of these opportunities that the GIPC talked about, plus repositioning the Ashanti region to be that hub of industrial revolution that we're talking about in this country. So I'll start off with you, Dr. Bing, because this is not the first time we're having such conversations in your previous life as president of GUTA, but to the extent that it keeps coming up, clearly means that this is an important one. What are some of the specific barriers that impede, especially Ashanti region businesses, from expanding and harnessing these opportunities that we're talking about? Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So, as we all know, business thrives on trade facilitation. That's ease, cost, and time of doing business. So, any business look at these factors before they consider establishing a business. Most of the things that hinders on cost is capital acquisition. The cost of borrowing is too high, compared to your counterparts elsewhere in the world. Then we come to unreliable and expensive power supply. It's also very important that when you're establishing an industry, you need reliable power supply and at a very affordable cost. We don't have it. Then also, where are you going to establish this factory? When we travel, we know that, especially when you go to China and the rest, you want to establish your factory, it's a walk-in. They have the industrial park there. You just go and register and walk in with your goods, and you are started operating as an industrialist. So these are some of the things. And then regulatory inefficiencies. It is very important to know that before one can operate and operate well, we have to have very efficient regulatory regime where people can go and easily register and start operating, whether it is from food and drugs, whether it's from standard authorities. Relatively difficult for people get their products registered. So these are among some of the things that give challenges for businesses in the Ashanti region.
Same question, please.
Thank you very much. Please, I wanted to speak my local language so that I can express myself very well. If I show Ubusa question be for acquire challenges I want, you bet me and paying for a casa so that I'll bet my boy. We want to say Ashanti region or acquire BT say, ye ya to atre a Ghana. Maybe even no because BBA and Kosowa, even the light you crown at the year, you're saying, I think it's about 2016. My machines, electricity, light, SL machines in India. Yanko point yadum, Emma me production call for me ye. Emma Yamia yadum, and machine for floor. The machine for floor, so I'm installing it until I think the last 2 months. Me starting production, light in the Yabium. Just have you should generator 70%. Electricity at 30%. By Bela Ebano, the same Bain Eba. What I want to say, electricity for no money, how can they calculate all these things? And how did they calculate the light pay? Every time we be on some of the programs, and yeah, ECJ, Greco, and yeah, Greco, you say. It's Yama Sabi Kro Hano, O Yejuma, O finding it difficult. To show bit my establish ye. And a Jumano say, oh, ye prana a choir or faso, oh, ye Jumano. And a nipa or how challenges be brain, I'll be firm. If it is a bia GRA Yoko, so many friends saying. Institutions are no more take previous government. No, you hear my son, even the tax component, no crana, a did I product and also my ear tone at the end. Tax and also an order. It is say, Sabai per se, be who send a honorable deputy minister, no cases, say no via. Say, oh, yeah, Juma Crown as a via or Santimema, and so we try a 170 via Ghana government and the amount so that a beer also at my own expanded business. No, it is honey when you never cost a boy and I say, and there may be a while. You been ya a while buying on 1. I think say, if it's my baby, Sabi Yankopami are joining Yansan at the yard, and it's a bit my near my baby. I support to a banner on a 24-hour economy now, person of the year. Na edu baby nso a 24-hour economy no. Say light no ene Ghana Export and Promotion. Edu baby am timbu sasa na Ghana Export and Promotion. Omo juma pa ye dey. Say ejuma no ye na say because unya bibia unya bibia obetimi de agina so say bia wo ya de no abane support o juma de bia wo yem.
Same one more year presentation. Say never Albert as here one more year.
Say no we na bana there. We are trying to say the said the Omaka no one mechanics aqua. Na omo de beye adwuma de a yen so ye be hu de betima ye aboa ma ba no according.
So that's to GIPC. Now GIPC, I beg your pardon. They all kind one more ebe responding. Incentives be wo honso omo kan 170. No ye be de hon komo. Se ne be ya onso beti as ye the nia obetimi aye ye to me enyansa incentives ni be. Yes ma'am. Same question please.
Okay, thank you. From the AGI's point of view, our point of view is to help our industries to grow. And what are the things that mitigate against the growth of industries? Our challenge is principally about the availability of funding for our industries. That is lack of funds and the multiplicity of taxes. That is our major challenge. Industrial growth challenge, the major challenge is about the human resource base of industry. In fact, the youth of today are not prepared to work for salaries. And from our point of view, it's because of this galamsey things and the quick way of making money like the betting and all those things that are mitigating against the growth of industry, because they come and they are not prepared to take salaries, because when he goes to the galamsey site, he's able to make maybe 100 cedis a day, and maybe you are going to give the person 50 cedis a day. So when they calculate, they think that it's just useless to be at someone's working place where they will be tasked and all those things. They don't want to go in that tandem.
See, that's the labor force.
The labor force, and that is our greatest challenge.
Right. I see. So if you talk about the illegal mining, taking away the labor, has AGI done some work to understand the extent of the impact of this situation on the industrial hub here in the Ashanti region?
Yes, we have. And we have been training the youth. In fact, we have been doing a lot of youth training to sensitize the youth about the need to upgrade their intellect, about the need to work and grow through their experiences, because we tell them that galamsey thing is not sustainable.
Okay.
And it's dangerous too. So if really the government wants to improve upon the galamsey siting and all, then we have to actually train the youth about how to reclaim the land, the tree planting and all those things, so that the youth may know that we are destroying the environment.
Right. Perfect. Now, I'll kindly ask any of the ushers behind to tell the people outside they can come in with their coffee if they have a cup, so that we progress with the conversation. But you mentioned unavailability of funding. In what form is this challenge really?
Yes, when you listen to when the GIPC got the last person who did the slide.
The deputy CEO.
The deputy CEO. You see, when an investor comes from outside with maybe $1 million or $500,000 to invest in Ghana, the person enjoys all the tax incentive to the extent that all the machineries that he brings into the country is tax-free. At the end, yes, I'm into industry. And I actually know what I'm talking about. I'm into the production of aluminium roofing sheets and pots and pans. And I've been into industry since 1983. And these things that we're talking about, I've heard these things being spoken to me since 1983. I've been an AGI member since 1982. So I know what I'm talking about. And it's the same thing that we've been talking about years ago. We talked about the inland port. This inland port was brought about in 2004, and it's 20 years now, and we're still talking about the inland port. So what I'm trying to say is that we talk about these things, and we don't really implement them. An investor comes from abroad. The reason why our dollars are going up is because he invests $500,000 here, and he is allowed to repatriate his money back to his country. If you start business here, because I just started a new company, whilst trying the machines, harassment from everybody, electricity company, environmental protection company, and I'm just in the trial stage. But they will start harassing you. The things they do to local industries.
Harass, what do you mean exactly?
They came to the factory. I just started about 2-3 months ago. And they said, you haven't registered for environmental protection. I said, I have actually taken the forms, registered, I'm trying the machines. And what are you people coming to do for the environment? Because the production that I'm making does not affect the environment directly. You have to educate me. You don't have to harass me, because they just came and said that we've noticed that we've been here for 2 months and we are coming to close the factory down. And I asked them, okay, everybody should go out, close the factory down. You understand that? And then I had someone from electricity company. I own a hotel as well. And the person just told me that, oh, you are owing the electricity company 55,000. Meanwhile, electricity company was owing me about 83,000.
They were rather owing you.
They were owing me 83,000. I was owing them 55,000.
So they should do the maths, just deduct.
Yes, and they said, okay, if you don't pay us, then everybody should go out. We're going to shut the hotel down. And someone had the audacity to tell me that this is how we actually collapsed another hotel because the person was owing us. So I had to call the managing director from Accra to talk to them. So sometimes the stakeholders have to educate their people who go around, because to set up an industry in Ghana, it's not a chicken feed. It's a lot of things. A lot of things go on into setting an industry in Ghana. And if I say lack of funds, someone brings money from Japan. The fact that the person is going to invest in Ghana, the person comes with a 0% interest. But you...
Okay, so those outside, yes, and those at the back, please move forward. I would kindly plead that you move forward. If you have an empty seat in front of you, please move forward. Those drinking the tea, if they come, they'll sit at the back. Please, if you can move forward for me. It's just for the cameras. Thank you. Thank you. We're streaming live, so this is important. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Those at the back. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please, just conclude on the point for me, please.
Someone brings investment from Japan. The fact that the person is coming to invest in Africa or even in Japan is 0 rated interest rate. But you start a business in Ghana, when I talk about lack of funds, you go to the bank, and even at EXIM, it's about 10%. And if this Maslow thing and one district, one factory thing, the monies are given to the indigenous banks, and they give it to you at the rate of 23%. So how can you compete with someone who is bringing a 0 rated funds from another country?
Also for industrial development. Yeah. It's an important point. So the cost of credit, even though it is government-led, it's an important point that you're making. I think that the CEO of the GIPC would respond to a couple of the things, because we need to understand the incentives for local investors. Because what we highlighted a lot more in this presentation was for foreign direct investment and all of these. So if you want to do quick response to it, you want to sit by me. You want to join? Okay, perfect. So you take all the bullets, and then we'll go to the audience as well. They'll throw the S to you. Perfect. He's very well armed and armored to take it all. So, Doc,
yeah.
Flowing from the point that Madam made, it's a passionate call, which, to be honest, this is not the first time I'm hearing this, because you talk about lack of implementation and all these incentives sound good, but then again, accessing them, there's a challenge in there. What's your own experience as well regarding the interagency support, which sometimes doesn't come and it appears like harassment, in the words of Madam, with her experience?
It's very unfortunate, and we have to take serious look at that. And even our inability to know what forms the basis of our industrialization in the country. Probably, we think that industrialization is the high-tech, high capital intensive, maybe aluminium smelting, manufacturing, and all that. That's where maybe we look at maybe automobile industry and all that, forgetting that what forms the basis of our industry in this country are those basic products that we produce here, the chips that we produce, the kubenwa that we produce, the biscuits that we produce, cashew nuts, and all that. They are the product that we have, the raw materials, and we are putting value addition. And that's how China started. They started from the basis. And then the difficulty that these people go through is when, after they've added value and they are packing this product, they have to go and get some form of accreditation from these regulatory bodies, and they are virtually even chased out. Forgetting that they have to even educate them, know how to package these things, because packaging is very important, and then certification is very important, standardization for these products. So these are the basis of our industries, and we have to recognize. We don't even recognize that those are the basic, the initial formation of our industries. True. So we overlook those things where, because I went to Barbados and they were craving for plantain chips.
Plantain chips?
Yes. So it's a matter of packing it. And then they also crave for shea butter. Shea butter, the original one from Ghana and all that. Right. And when somebody have packed it nicely and wanted to get some form of accreditation or certification from Food and Drugs or wherever they have all these challenges. Then also we have to think about.
Let me understand. If you talk about the challenges, is it because of the various regulatory requirements that they have to fulfill to ensure international certification? Because see, if you are exporting a product, the moment the product leaves your jurisdiction, there are certain requirements you have to meet. So this which those institutions have to implement.
So these complaints have been coming to me when I was a president of GUTA, and it came every day. That's it's not that they have the patience to even educate them on this requirement. They go there and they are chased out virtually. So how are we going to? There should be a desk to consciously educate these people to certify their product. Not that they are intimidated, and then you want to industrialize. These are bases. Chinese people, they started with the boat and knots, this Nkati Aboga that we used to go and buy from them. Those Hask and PK and all that. These were the things that they started with, and now they've moved.
So we can start.
And so packaging and then certification of these regulation regimes should be managed and managed well, so that we can actually start even exporting. Because you can't even export when you do not have the certification. You see that most of these guys have packed their products very nice, and they come and show to you. They say, I'm finding difficulty in getting the certification and all that. Like Madam was coming, talking about is very frustrating. And these are the areas that we have to look at. Yeah.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for this. I mean, as for plantain chips, there, that one. See, Barbados, there's market for plantain chips. We see a lot of it on our streets. It shouldn't be that difficult, is it?
Thank you, and thank you very much. I think it's good that we appreciate the passion, but beyond the passion, we must also appreciate the reality of international trade. So, standardization is critical, right? And Ghana, as a member of the WTO, also adhere to certain global standards. You see, the goal here is not to only manufacture a product that is suitable for a location, but it is to manufacture a product that is of global standards. And it is equally critical because we are in the era of ECOWAS, 425 million people, and into the greater African market of AFCFTA, 1.4 billion people, of which countries are striving to come up with to meet the standards of the sanitary and phytosanitary requirements. So for plants and for animals and for what you send. So those are the basic standards that if you go to Ghana Standards Authority or FDA, they want the Ghanaian producers to also meet. You understand? That is where we are. This is the level of work that is being done. But I concede that sometimes, there is a sharp divide between public service and private sector, and the kind of communication that the public service gives to the private sector. Because the people in public service, they are clothed with public power. So sometimes the instructions may appear as is in a military form or is harsh. But these things are to ensure that once the product is certified, it meets standards that can be exported across, meeting all these requirements that we've signed on to. So that's where we should start the conversation for. We have challenges with standards. And these days, you cannot produce any credible exportable item if it doesn't meet the global standards, especially for the West African market, the African market, and even the EU market or any other. So this is the point. But let's consider we have to improve on our communication with the private sector.
So all that I'm talking about is how prepared are you to facilitate this group of people who are anxious to get their certification? What capacity building are you giving them? What desk do they have to even educate these people when they come, rather than chasing them out and all that? This is not the way to go if we want to actually succeed. So we have to groom them to know what they are actually doing. After all, what does it take to pack Nkati Boga? What does it take to pack a plantain chip? And what does it entail? How are you communicating those things to them so that they can qualify? So that's the missing link here.
I think we all concede to that there should be a certain level of work that must be done from us in the public service. But in conceding to that, there's also a certain level of responsibility on the manufacturer to look at the future and understand that if you are producing food items for export, the standards are very high. Because of poisoning, because of human health, the standards are quite high. So we must, in as much as the people in the public service, which I've considered, must communicate differently and must be more open. And I must say that, it's wrong to drive away a Ghanaian who wants to understand the standards.
Absolutely.
But we must also look at it as, we must also be prepared as Ghanaian businesses to not say, we are Ghana, profiting. No, we have to begin to also frame the mindset of global standards, of producing for global market, for our own sake, and for fitting into the larger market.
I get the sense that what Dr. Bain, the angle is coming from is beyond these industrialists coming to the FDA or any other institution and getting to find out that their products don't meet a standard. Why don't you be the ones to initiate the sensitization and education so that before they even come, they know the standards they have to meet?
Absolutely. All this engagement is part of the sensitization. Today we know that standards are critical. You cannot trade without meeting the regular standards. So all of this is part of it. We don't mind playing that role. But what I'm saying is that our message from here will also be to our colleagues in FDA Standards Board that you have to look at the investor as your client. You know, there is a certain aftercare, there's a certain customer service which is required from all of us. And so that's a message that we are happy to also send out because it's important. Who best but the Ghanaian manufacturer? If you are a state regulatory agency, whose interest best can you serve than that of the Ghanaian? And so we are going to put that message across. But what I'm also saying is that we must also begin to look at ourselves beyond the standards that we think ought to be, and then work towards the standards that are global, the standards that will get our products to cross borders, and they'll meet all those other. Because if you perfect the act of getting your standardization right, it means we are on the path to developing global enterprises that can compete anywhere in the world. So it's a mutual thing that we work together to improve the standards.
I think the mutual responsibility is key so that we know how both parties can. Let me just alert, we may have to round up at some point, but we'll see you. Is it possible to get some questions from the audience at some point? Perfect. Please, yes.
Okay. So I will entreat everybody here. We've been talking about so many things that if you want to go or venture into industry, it's about time you join the Ghana Association of Industries. All these standardizations that we are talking about, we teach our members about how to improve upon their packaging so that they will be viable for exports. In fact, as we say, if your packaging is not perfect, your product may be very good, but if the packaging is not perfect, you cannot export. And some of the things that are brought in from outside, you can see that they are even substandard to our local products. But because of the packaging, people don't actually get attracted to the local products. And the challenge is not really about what we are talking. The challenge is really about lack of funds, multiplicity of tasks, and stakeholder engagement. The other things we can actually get overboard on them.
Perfect. Thank you. So we're going to address that. Obimini,
I think I will be the interpreter of this conversation. The tree interpreter. Omo brofwa na men somebody adani up tree. Na yetimi ati ase. Cause Ashanti memo and say oh kasa na ma brofo no doors wa obi abe sori akonfie. Yeah jama for yempe. So yeti ase. Opening.
Yes, Mr.
But who say Ghana Export and Promotion Council at the GIPC? So what crime for DB episode by Juma? I think say there's a exemptions to be a yana opa my demo. But your minimum time exemptions and ye Juma, a year Juma will be kind of verbal, but physically and ye Juma. They make say and ye Juma say, now say, we mean feed ye beer. Now they be ye Juma, and some in manufacturing production, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages. Now, what try say o compare exemption Ghana Export and Promotion wa time will be take you no. Now o machines no near me na call demurrage. I think say what pay so over here kwan over fast even say 24-hour economy no. Ubeti mama we ni run fast. No mo so aye 24 hours no. So the engineer benefit or and now Ghana more kasasisi and more investors na foreign investors and Ghanaian investors, but investors now as a packaging in kujina foreigners so it yama yeni aye Ghanaians no say ye adwuma yenya package bi a free government wa e boy ma yetimi enya encourage bi say betima ye adwuma no ni nyina ya de bia somebody to tokwa mo so a ebetima boa ma Ghanaians no so on person mo ye adwuma ko omonim so on ba ya ko omonim And I think about the main fan say Mose Ashanti region, ye pese ye bibi emanu koso. Ashanti region ye krobia isha enye kesiye bebresa. But me fan say me wo into alcoholic and non-alcoholic say insure, say me ye insure. Ye machine ye de ye adwuma no fan say ye ne modern mo and ye tima koto machine be 20,000 bottles per hour machine. Ubi akoto 90,000 bottles per hour machine be 3. Eti pollution grant or the beba. And so say me the beba. And so no benefits no more higher than me na me ye Ghana you know. Sabi ono besi Ghana is Kenya akonu kru. And so meti ya. Abayan so ni bibi or the boame. Eti how can I grow my business?
Opinion. Okay. Yes, but I will just take 2 questions from the audience, 2. Okay, just to add on to the many that you've talked about. Incentives don't work. The marriage experience, you know, now say you have a different view of it, yeah?
Okay, my different view is saying from the AGI's point of view. So we cram machine about on train machine no be drew port and son wakwa pay exemptions no. We are wondering say open so cram machine now. So we join the AGI and I say good now wherever. Export Promotion Council or wherever. We be kind I go through the process. I go through the documentation. I the kind the machine no BBA ne board no any BBA am at the customs or whatever. And AGI from AGI now you be mount let it. By the time a machine about do has say no, what is that letter in the documents and they are called customs, and they know say what crasani mano, and you wouldn't go through any actual problems. Secondly, your son will be say VAT exemption or VAT deferred. That VAT deferred, no, it's a whole industry more. Now say udi can be actually be as a raw materials for production, but because of the VAT component which is too high, no, untumi yes cannot family because untumi konkoje bank loan. Now found konkutua na. The government gives you we know how for the past 20 years. The government gives you the deferred VAT. So what we produce every year because production is cyclical. And this said the wakoto de ma wo dwom na beton. Go through production, it will take you about 2 weeks to produce something. So producing your money we are we are and some VAT no ama abaino. So what they call exporter, we are VAT exempt. To what me prove say what they are there cross border wherever. Now customs for at the border points, you know. Ebe documents now they are beche say ade na manton or Ghana. Into VAT exempt na mo de ma me no. I'm not obliged to pay it. I don't know. Government induce KBI. So utuya and so now they call exports. Over obetimi start call no akwa redeem sikana utuya eno. I will hold more for the past 20 something years.
Perfect. Let's put our hands together for them. This is at the heart of this engagement.
You know, so, because explanation of my and no anaka me babema. No crowd say exemption no is not related to foreign companies or foreigners. It's an open, incentives for every other business in Ghana, whether you are local or whether you are foreign. Once you meet the criteria as outlined in law, you can ask for the incentives. But near member who wahane say, and with the misremo, mufancheme, say bia, enima. Men who said, do na business, ewahano, a enterprise. We are enterprise, you are not different from your owner. And if you are not different from your owner, how would government even assess you for tax purposes? You say, who set up a company? You become a limited liability. So the company, Adani Potomkas is taking a whole life of his own. And the company is now a separate legal entity from you, the owner. Now, so we see a whole factory. Now registration as a enterpriser. You are telling a bank, say, you and the company, you are one and the same. It is a bank year tax assessment. They don't know the difference between you and the company. So, I want to encourage us, growing a business means really setting it up formally and getting it well set up as a business which is separate from you. Once it's separated from you, that business has its own life. It can be sued, and you can also sue when you have tax benefits, incentives benefits. Imagine that you are Kwame Simon and Sons. Now, Abai Emma incentives. Abai can only give you the 5% which is in the customs, or the one which is open to everybody. But if you want a special incentive, Abai doesn't see the difference between you, the business, and you, the individual. But what you say? I was education, no. Yes, so yeah, family there. Now the education, but now man 40 as I say. In running a business, you have to separate it from you, the individual. And once you separate the business from the individual, that becomes a separate legal entity that can conduct business on its own, take all the rightful loans, and assess the rights that government offers to businesses. Me pacho. Enti adia kakrabia me nye correct afache me, but this is where we have to.
Perfect. So I think one of the solutions we're seeing to this is to also join associations, right? I think the AGI keeps talking about the availability of information when you join them, right? Then some of these problems you face as a result of lack of information can be cured. Questions, please. Please put up your hand, mention your name, and kindly go straight to the point for us. Yes. Doc, let me take a question. I'll you have your last comment. Yes, please. Right. We have a two-panel conversation, so we'll have enough
good
time
afternoon.
for questions. Yes.
My friend Kwasi Osafo me bricks I want fancy. Nam's a presentation in a who say fancy brick factory no koha. You are more than 50 small factories, but are invincible. I don't know how to say it. So I mean, you say business class at Kumasi. Now so one fancy bricks factories are hot. A bit baku 50. Enti me as a engineer and I say na me come. Timiko who say SAT Association. They say Alliance for Ashanti Brick Manufacturers Producers. Business cluster no. Ye pese ye ka ho bi na industrial hub na mo pese mo ye no. In fancy if it's a building materials there, government housing, any name I'm okay, we can be a very strong pillar in that. Thank you.
Next question.
And the secretary, go ahead.
Please, let's take the lady. The lady. No. Wait. The one in front.
All right, so my name is Najat, and I'm an agro-processor, and I have been in the industry for about 4 years now. So my problem is that some of us are overly ambitious, and the places we want to reach within a period of time, which is our businesses. We've been working tirelessly, and we are not getting there. And the painful part of it is that you will see other people coming into the country, and sometimes we're going for exhibitions to exhibit our products. They will come there asking questions and all of that, but the next moment you see them doing the same thing in large quantities, in commercial basis. And the moment, by the time you realize your business is down and you go to the market, they will tell you to be advertising, be doing a lot of things that your capacity cannot get there. So I'm pleading that if the government could come into this, we the small businesses, to partner with some of us, because in my municipality I've been able to employ about 10 direct workers, 25 indirect workers, and about 100 people I've trained in food processing. But then people are trying to come in, but then we are not able to expand because of the kind of competitors we have in the market. So my plea is that the government should be able to come to some of our industries that we are ready to partner with them, so that they can help us expand as big as possible in order to create a lot of jobs in our communities, because without that, I don't think we can last for long in that industry. Thank you very much.
Let me answer that. All right. Madam, I think that's a very good position to come from. I believe that the role of government is obviously to help the private sector to grow. And so government, through its procurement laws, which is being amended, will look to use the might of government expenditure to procure locally, which will help businesses like yours to grow. So that's the first response. The second one will be, I think we come from a culture of not working together. So let me explain. It's not derogatory, it's just our culture. And that frames the mindset where people will set up enterprises and not big business. You understand? If you feel that wherever you are located, there is a certain sense of threat, it's also important to start from the point by, coming together. Because owning a piece of something which is productive is much greater than owing 100% of something which is giving you, less productive revenues that you need. We don't have, as a people, we don't have a culture of working together. So we are not able to join forces, to build the conglomerates or the big businesses that we want. And so we should live here with the understanding that let's also be prepared to work together. We work in our, is it silos? Or everybody wants to do their own, and then once you start a business in a niche area and you appear a little successful, by the following morning you have 300 other Ghanaians doing the same things, instead of people working together or coming up with a framework which will help us to work together to make you a lot more profitable, and then you can compete against any new entrant that is foreign. Look at the bigger picture. Right now, you can't do business in Africa, especially in cement, sugar, oil, without going through Dangote. This is where we want our people to get to. We want our people to get to a point where you become the entry point. Without you, nobody can enter into that space. Right now, if you come into Ghana's pharmaceutical sector, regardless of who you are, you can't enter that sector without speaking to the Ghanaians, because they've taken ownership of the pharmaceutical sector, and they are producing and they are challenging new entrants because they've learned to work together. So that will also be a secondary solution, but the major one will be government using its spending power to help businesses like yours by procuring from you. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Please, my name is Diana. Listening to the presentation that was done, I didn't see anything about those who are doing coconut farming. I want to find out, those who are doing commercial coconut farming, is there any incentive for them? For instance, we have 30-acre coconut farm. We started about 3 years ago. Because it has not started fruiting, you can't get support from any bank or financial institution. So I want to find out if there's any incentive for people like that.
Yes, please. There is support from Ghana Export Promotion Authority because what you have is classified as a non-traditional export product. And so there is support in, they have liquid fertilizer, they have aspects of extension officers who can come to assist you. But even with, this is commercial farming, you are exempted for the first 7 years of your, growing cycle from paying any kind of tax to the state. It's a matter of registering with the state that this is what you are doing. So there is support for the coconut industry and commercial farm. Yes, Doc.
So Samson Asaki Awingobit is the Executive Secretary of the Importers and Exporters Association. Please let's put our hands together for him as well.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Okansi, for giving that compliment. I'm not a doctor. I'm Mr. Samson Asaki Awingobit. I don't want GTech to write to me. Let me correct that impression. Yeah, okay. I corrected myself. Well, I think what the ladies just said, I will encourage you to reach out to the Tree Crop Authority, Development Authority. That is where your issues lies with squarely. And I think they should have an office in the Ashanti region because here is big. So ask of the Tree Crop Development Authority office, go to them and then tell them your issues, and then they will pick you up because coconut is part of their responsibility. And so please, if you don't know, from here, maybe I can share their national officers' numbers with you, and then you reach out to them. It is not only coconut. I think there are
There's
5 or 6 trees.
Cashew.
Cashew is
Cocoa.
part. Rubber is
Yeah.
part. Shea tree is part. Mango is part. And coconut is part. I think there's another.
Palm oil.
Palm oil, yes. So 6 crop is under the Tree Crop Development Authority. And they will be able to assist you.
Does that answer your question? No. Please, can you hand over the microphone? Thank you. Quickly.
Somewhere last year, we visited their office.
Okay.
We went to their office and we told them what we were doing, explained everything to them. They told us that we'll hear from them. They gave us a number. You call the number, you don't get any response. So maybe if there is any other place that
Madam, don't worry. From here, a GIPC officer will take your details. We are going to bring the tree crop people to you. So don't worry about that one. Okay? All right.
Yes. So I would say last year, when they took over office, they will have a lot in their hand. Now, I think they did a conference. You were there, isn't it? They did a big conference just last month
2 weeks
or
ago,
so.
yeah.
And so 2 weeks ago. So please, this time around, they will. And I'll tell the CEO, I had a meeting with him yesterday. I'll tell him that this is what I'm hearing from Ashanti. But that does not withstand it. Go to their office again. And I'm sure you'll meet a good officer. Ask of the manager. You want to meet the regional manager. I want to add to this.
Okay,
What
yes, briefly.
Dr. Okay. You are not a doctor too. Good. That's my good friend. You said something in supporting the discussions about enterprises. I think there are companies or organizations here. They are big organizations. They have the financial muscles, but they still remain enterprise. And so I think that what it means is that you can go back to the Registrar General to say, now I started as a private listen, and my company has grown. I now want to transfer it from enterprise to limited liability. Indeed, that is where, if someone wants to even invest, or you want to go to stock exchange to raise more fund for expansion of your company, it is when it's limited liability that you can do that. But if it's for you alone, the risk lies on you. And so I think that was what the CEO of GIPC wanted to raise. So there are companies here. You should move. You should expand. You should move from enterprise or private entity to a limited liability. And that is where you can get more funds to expand your operations. Thank you.
Thank you. The mayor will just make a quick comment, but before that, the offensive would want to kindly take leave of us. He has to attend to an equally important assignment. The both of them are leaving us, but thank you so much. We truly appreciate your presence and the royalty that you brought to support us today. We truly appreciate. Let's put our hands together for them. Shall we all rise as they take leave of us and give royalty the due respect as they depart. Thank you so much for duly representing Tufosei to the second. Truly appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. The conversation continues as they leave. Thank you. Please, we can take our seats now. Thank you very much. The mayor would also make a quick comment on this.
Okay,
Honorable.
so last year, the Tree Crop Authority was going through some transformation. At the inception, it was headquartered in Kumasi. And then when this government took over, they decided to relocate the headquarters to Accra. And so staffing had to be moved. So it only stands to reason that you go there in last year and you may not meet the appropriate officer to engage. But I can assure my sister that if she goes there today, there will be officers in the original office here at Denyami, behind the Electoral Commission office, which is directly behind the RCC, and she will have people to attend to her almost immediately. And that if she goes and she doesn't get the appropriate responses, she should come to me. I'll make sure what has to be done will be done for her.
Perfect. This is why what we're doing right now is at the heart of this engagement. It's the most important part of what we've been doing since morning. And I know that Dr. Andy Okra, who is the CEO of Trade Authority, has some bias for Ashanti region. That one is between us here, because he's from the region, was once a deputy Ashanti regional minister. So, you know, he'll give you the access. Yes, Doc, quick one.
Yeah,
and then we'll take our final, and then
thank you very much. I hope we all know that industrialization thrives on vibrant distributive sector, and we have it here in Kumasi. You can't take it away from us. We have one of the biggest markets in the whole of Africa. What is left now is for Ashanti region to be opened to business. Road network is very important. It's disturbing investment. Whilst we are going around the regions and all that, here I'm talking for all the regions. Investment is not bound by distance. It's never bound by distance. Distance is not a deterrent factor for investment, but ease of traveling to a place. That had always been the problem. I had investors. I had a land near the lake. It's a big land. The investor told him, we are going to Kumasi, it's about 400 kilometers. And he said that shouldn't be a problem. But when we sat in a car and came about 6 hours to the place, it was so exhaustive for him to say that, no, why do we have to stress ourselves? Why not in Accra? And he didn't have the appetite to come here. Let's open let's do the road network, the railways, and all that. Sometimes we are asked why there's a huge gap between the north and the south. It's all because we are so closed in our various regions. We are not actually opened for business. If the road network is there, the rail network is there, and the rest is solved. So let's think about this thing and open up the regions to have access to the port, to have access so that people's raw material can fast track. Then people can easily open these factories. And sometimes it is to the advantage of the manufacturer to site his factory at a very long distance or outskirts of the place. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Doc. I believe that, infrastructure development is going to always take time with us. We are still in a developing economy, so some of this is going to take time. But it should not also be lost on us that, for instance, the big push. What's the objective of the big push? The objective of the big push is to connect regional capitals, district capitals, and then thirdly, areas where we have food or we trade. So if you look at all of these initiatives that are ongoing, the ultimate goal is to open up the country. Why are we talking about Accra Kumasi Express Road? It is equally to open up the country. Why has MPS completed the port expansion? Now we have one of the best ports in West Africa that can take over 20 million TNE, which is the measurement of tons for cargo containers in the sub-region. We are opening up for water transport. All of these, the goal is to ensure that you cannot develop without infrastructure. So the goal is to ensure that there's infrastructure for development and for trade as well. But our plea to everybody is support government. You can support government to expand the infrastructure, not by putting your money, but by equally advocating that we need to fix this, we need to work on this. And then the other responsibility is also on citizens. When the road is, constructed, you don't go and bring big articulators that ought not to use that road to be on that road. You don't go and pour your concrete on the road. Otherwise we spend a lot of money in going over the same thing over and over again. So we have a dual responsibility here to support government to improve on the infrastructure and also to be a guide to maintain the infrastructure by doing what is right when the infrastructure is provided.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'm going to take the last comment from you, ma'am, because last two. I respect that. Thank you. Please. Last two.
I'll speak to you.
Please get the microphone closer to you. It's on. It's on.
My president, AGI, Ashanti region, was saying something that people have to join AGI. People have to join associations. If you see UNIJ today, it's the associations, because you get opportunity to go to conferences, hear about other people, see other people projects, see other people how they are growing. Nobody should fear growing. If you fear competition, you cannot grow. The competition is there, but you also have to grow to meet the competition. And this is what entrepreneurs do. At first, my company was Enterprise. And that time, we were going to exhibition as London, I think 2023, 2024. And I changed it to UNIJ company. And from there, what my CEO was saying, if you go anywhere, the bank or even the tax and everything, you may think it's hard. If you do it as company, you have to pay tax. That is where you can negotiate. Because it's company, you can tell them what you have spent the money, the losses, whatever you have done. And at times it will be zero tax. If you get a good accountant and you keep documented whatever you are doing. So the women, don't fear. Especially what you are saying, Andy is a good man. And he is Ashanti man. Though I don't know where he's come from, but he's more than Ashanti. He's a friend, a brother, and everything. And he's somebody who is open. And once you are a woman, if you meet him, whatever he needs to do, he will do. And I'm happy my mayor is here. Though he is not, as mayor is there, but he is here, I'm going to tell him. The road to my factory, you people have to come and do. We employ a lot of women, more than 80% in my factory, and now you can get 250 to 300 in the factory. And we want to do day and night. And the night the road is not good, no lights. Women, it can't work. So, if you want the enterprises or the companies to help the government, Nana nisu adi hunu 24-hour economy in Mbraswa. This is most more factories now. Yes, we are ready. Say yes, we have a funny page man. Now, yeah, you say company boy kakaka or funny patent pay. But if we are there, no, de pamano. You funny paper brave, even yan start export. And yes, so you more be ya ready for export. And GIPC, una offer scanning in Aba. Una investors in Aba. Would investor be Aba? Manembra Kumasi. So Kumasi, yes, you are ready. Say you be boa. Am I Jumakos?
Wonderful. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Relax. Yes. Please. Yes.
Yes. There has been too much talk about Buankra.
What's your name?
My name is Antonio Pon. I'm the chairman of Guta Ashanti region.
Right.
There has been too much talk about Buankra. Okay. But I see it as it's not going to work the way it's supposed to work unless the railway system is in place. Okay. I want to know from our GIPC boss and the Ministry of Trade and the authorities what effort is being done to ensure our railway system is in place when the Buankra is finished. Because I don't see a situation where there are many containers coming downstream here, coming from Tema Takradi, coming with articulated trucks on the road. Not even the Accra Expressway that we are thinking of is going to solve the problem. So I'm advising that the government must make conscious effort to ensure that the railway system is in place. Thank you.
Advice well taken. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go for the second panel. So what I would ask you to do, no, there's going to be questions for the second panel, I promise you. Right, yes.
With the bricks factory at Infancy, with Association of Industries, we have associations also being part of the Association of Ghana Industries. In fact, we have the Ghana Shapers Authority, we have the Ghana Pharmaceutical Association, we have the Cement and Building Association, construction. We have a lot of sectors under AGI. We have the construction sector, and that bricks and tiles falls under the construction sector. where you have a lot of incentives, a lot more of incentives. So the association should come under the umbrella of Association of Ghana Industries, and all the incentives that you need, you'll get.
Perfect. Thank you. You answered? You're satisfied? Perfect. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for them as they take their seats. We'll have another set, please. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have to take a group first very quickly. While we're at it, the representatives of GEPA, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, the 24-Hour Economy Authority, and then also we would... So, yes, so we would, here's how the second, no, don't worry. You gave an advice, so advice has been well taken. Thank you very much. So we would have GEPA, we have Ghana Free Zones Authority, and then the 24-Hour Authority. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Dodu from the 24-Hour Economy Authority. 2 weeks ago, we were somewhere, and we are here again. So I'll start off with you. 5 minutes, or between 5 to 10 minutes, give us an overview of the authority, why the Ashanti region is an integral part of the 24-hour economy policy that this administration is taking.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank GIPC for organizing this, and I'm very delighted to have an opportunity to share briefly with you about the 24-hour economy program. I presume that this is probably the first time that we have been we've had such a large stakeholder group to talk about the 24-hour economy. Please, can I have your audience, if I may? Good afternoon. So, just a quick overview. When His Royal Majesty's address came from Omahini, he mentioned a couple of things. How it is not tenable anymore to continue to import. And that we need to add value to our commodities. We need to create derivative products. And that's how we promote our industrialization and we create the jobs. Now the 24-hour economy program is aimed at doing that, ensuring that we have an economic model where Ghana is able to industrialize, Ghana is able to accelerate export of its commodities, and is able to create jobs. And our target is to create about 1.7 million jobs within the first 4 years of the program. Now the program, why are we doing this? If we recall, Ghana used to be a country where we were manufacturing a lot. And we used to manufacture fridges by a company called Sanyo. How many of us remember them? We used to manufacture radios by Akasanuma. And in fact, what is very poignant is the fact that when the world was moving from black and white television to color television, Ghana was the first country that produced color television that went from across Africa to even Europe. So we used to be that. Now, over time, as our GDP has grown, our country has grown in terms of fortune from 1992 about $10.6 billion per year to now about $113 billion. Last 2 years was about $88 billion. For every $100 added to the growth in 1992, you will create 70 jobs. But as the GDP ballooned to 87 billion, every $100 added to the 87 billion creates less than 10 jobs. So you cannot continue to have this and not be able to create a job. And the reason being, we were importing almost 90% of everything that we depend on. Our food import bill is almost $3.5 billion per year. And within the food import, we are importing $350 million per year of yemwadie. This is very true. So over 10 years, you have imported the idea of $5 billion. That is the way things were going. And if you recall, most of our industries, AGI is here, they were manufacturing and operating below 30% to their capacity. And recently, one of my favorite beer, which is Club, it ran short somewhere in October, November. And the reason being that they could not get the import of cassava from South Africa. So even when manufacturers are producing, they have to import. So the 24-hour program aimed to reverse that by ensuring that we can, as much as possible, produce everything that we need here in this country, both in terms of the food, in terms of our medicines that we import, in terms of our garments and textiles. Obroniwewu is about $250 million per year in terms of import. And 60% of what is imported is thrown away. So it gives additional burden on Ghana to be able to deal with those things. So how can we do that? So 3 pillars that the 24-hour economy focus on. And I'll be very quick on it. One is transform our production, add value to what we produce. And which means that we have to then give capacity to those who will be able to produce. And one of the things that we discussed here is about standardization and meeting industrial standards. And part of the program is to work with market, FDI, and everyone of them that are involved in ISO standards and so on, to create awareness of the standards, work with industry to start addressing those challenges to the standards so they can meet the standards for the market. And we will do so by providing technical assistance with industry. The other one is making sure that we minimize our post-harvest losses. So the critical thing of the 24-hour economy program is to link production with logistics and the market and give you finance. So we have to make sure that we move goods into the market. So there will be a lot of warehousing, a lot of cold chains, a lot of minimum processing investment that will happen. And a third component is one that I really cherish. And if there are youth here, I think you need to think about that very carefully. Today, if you want to build a house, you have to import people from Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Togo. So our human capital, because we have been importing, we have lost the art of manufacturing things with our hands. Even our engineers, there was one manufacturing company. How many of us know that we manufacture air conditioning in this country? There's a company in Tema Free Zone. They manufacture air conditioning. They manufacture fridges. And when they hire some of our brothers and sisters from tech, most of them are not able to in the industry. Some of them will spoil as many as 3,000 different units before they get used to it. And this is a testament. I've gone to see it. So our school is not even giving us the capacity to be able to industrialize. And most of you who are doing manufacturing, you can attest to the fact that if you are not there, nobody does what you are able to do well. It's because we don't have the capacity. So we have to invest in a human capital. So that is why the 24-hour economy focuses on these 3 pillars. And we are organized the country around industrial zones, agro parks, industrial parks, and so on and so forth. Now, one of the things that is very important for all of you, which you are into management, is cheap and patient capital. Because when you go to the bank, it's about 35% interest rate. And sometimes less than 1 year. Now, with the 24-hour economy, we have established what is called the SME facility, giving you no collateral loan, 3 to 5 years to pay back, and less than 10 or 10 to 12% maximum interest rate. And as we speak, we have mobilized about $500 million, which is like 50 billion Ghana cedis. We are working with the banks to be able to onboard it. They will launch the portal where you would apply to. Now, the question is, this is the 24-hour economy program is for our development. It's to put us to the next level as a country. It is not MPP, it is not NDC, it's not CPP. So when you apply with your business plan to the portal that will open The porter does not know who you are. The porter does not know whether you belong to this party or that party. So please, let's not forget about that. You have to apply with your business plan. Now, when your business plan is not up to scratch, we have created an enterprise support of organizations that will work with you to work on your business plan so that you can apply and access the loan. The only key point that we need to not forget is what my mother from AGI mentioned. You have to belong to an association of Ghana Industries or some level of association. If you want to be an importer, belong to Megawitz Import and Export Association. Or if you're a farmer, we are constructing cooperatives. This is the reason why, so that there will be self-regulation for you not to take the money and run away with it. So there will be regulation for it. And you have to belong there so we can provide a technical assistance for you to have to build the standards to be able to meet the markets that we are going to go into. You have to belong to that association so that if there is a grant financing that we want to give, we know who we are going to give to. And we can track your programs. There's a lot of investors through the work of GIPC that we work very closely together. There are a lot of investors coming through. Last week, we got one investor that is investing in energy, captive power, to the tune of more than $5 billion. There are money that is coming through from a lot of wealthy people who want to find destination for their money. And I believe that Kumasi Ashanti region provides one of the biggest opportunities through what we have exposed them to be able to match the businesses and match the investment to come through. What is important for us is to coordinate investment and make sure they are aligned to our objective, which is create 1.7 million jobs, which is stimulate the economy and get industries, especially small, medium enterprises, to really actually grow. And I will end here and I'll continue with the panel, but one of the things that we are doing is a massive investment in an industrial machinery fabrication that will drive the 24-hour economy. And what is important for Ashanti region is that it becomes the heart of building those industrial machines and fabricating them to push our industrialization. And we hope that we'll be out of here able to have patented machinery that will go all over Africa as coming from Kumasi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put hands together. Doc, please. So, Linda Sewa Mensah, Principal Export Development Officer with Ghana Export Promotion Authority, GEPA. Just give us a brief of what GEPA can do for the businesses here in Ghana, in the Ashanti region.
Okay, thank you very much. As he said, my name is Linda Sewa Mensah. With Ghana Export Promotion Authority, one of our core mandates is promote as well as facilitate non-traditional exports. So when you come to GEPA, with promotion, we have the export school. This month, we are even having an export school program for the local businesses.
Linda, please, forgive me. A quick announcement. Those who are leaving, there's lunch. So if you go somewhere and take your food, just stay back, get something to eat, and have the strength to go back home. So please don't be in a hurry to leave us yet. There's lunch will be served shortly. Linda, please. Okay,
thank you very much. Then let me continue. At GEPA, as I said initially, we are having an export school training program this month. That is from 23rd to 27th of this month. So when we are done with the program, please see me and I'll give you more details on that. And when we have this school, we train them on capacity building for our local businesses, irrespective of you being an exporter. Even if you are a startup, you can join us in the export training school. And we train our exporters on export procedures, as well as export fundamentals, export marketing, trade facilitation, as well as the last one talks about documentation, because initial presentation were on documentation, certification, standardization, and as well as the last one would be labeling and also packaging. Because without proper packaging or suitable packaging, it becomes very challenging for you to export your product. And also, apart from that, one key or core thing that we do is to facilitate participation in international fairs as well as exhibitions. So we take our exporters to within the AFTA, that is within Africa, as well as Asia countries, America, European countries, all over the world. So please come and join GEPA. And when they go to these international fairs, they have the opportunity to display their products as well as have engagement with these foreign investments. That is B2B engagements as well as matchmaking. And it provides them the opportunity to have a continuous interaction with them. Because when these foreign investors, they see their products and they are very much interested in them, that is where they will order huge quantities from them. Right. So GEPA, we do a lot. And also one routine thing that we do is the advisory services. We have our staff 24/7. I'm there. I have a lot of colleagues there. When you come to our office, we give you advisory services on product development. At times when they come, they do not even have an idea of the product that they need to export. So we'll give you advisory services, sensitize you, educate you on these export products that is on a very high demand in the export market. So thank you very much.
Like plantain chips. But you have an office here in the Ashanti region. That's where you are?
Yes, please. Yes, please. We have an office here, so please don't go to Accra. We are at Denyame NCA Tower. We are on the 3rd floor. My colleague here is even on the 1st floor, so we work hand in hand. Thank you.
And that leads us to her colleague she talks about. And Samed Akalilu is manager, Ghana Free Zones Authority in the Ashanti region. Let's put our eyes together for
Thank
him as
you
well.
very much. All protocols observed. Well, the Ghana Free Zones Authority is almost 31 years old. We were established in 1995 as an export-oriented government agency or authority. Basically, what we do is to license companies, or what we call them enterprises. And the enterprises could be Ghanaian, wholly Ghanaian, they could be wholly foreign, or they could be joint ventures. Once those companies are established or operate within the four corners of Ghana, and they are export-oriented, they meet all other criteria, then we give them a license. Now, at the Ghana Free Zones Authority, once we give you a license, we have several incentives regime. Number one is that for the next 10 years, once you have a license, all your export, no matter the volumes, no matter the quantity, you are not going to pay a dime. Take me for the word. You are not going to pay a peswa for the next 10 years. Number two.
Next 10 years? Yes. No
our
hidden
license
cost.
is for, our marriage is for 10 years. After 10 years, I mean, of course, you revert to paying taxes. But of course, that will be less. For example, corporate tax, which I'll talk about later. So our license is for 10 years. Once you have it, what it means is that all your production that you send outside the country, you are not going to pay any export duty. But this is the catch. You are supposed to export a minimum of 70% of your annual production. That's very important. So it means that once you have a license, you cannot export below 70%. You are supposed to export at least 70% of your annual production to any part of the world. And again, there are a lot of people who think that free zone means that you need to export to Europe. We are saying any part of the world. It could be Togo, it could be Benin, it could be Europe. Export 70%. What it also means is that you can export up to 100% of all your annual production once
So
you have a
the
license.
70 is minimum.
Minimum. Now again, the reverse, the other side of the advantage is that if you import your raw materials, whether part or all of your raw materials, you are going to clear them through our port for free. In other words, you are not going to pay import duties on your raw materials once you can
I see.
explain or you can justify that they are meant for your production purposes, you clear them without paying.
Production for export.
Export, absolutely. Because you are an export, we are an export authority.
Right.
That's number one. Number two is that if you have our license, we also have what we call hand-holding services as an authority. We have a one-stop shop to be able to liaise with all other agencies. It could be GEPA, it could be Ghana ECJ, it could be Ghana Water Company Limited, to be able to help you. Again, one of the reasons Ghana Free Zones Authority was established is to ensure that we stimulate the economy. Because we want to make sure that we stimulate the export market, the forest issues will come in. Because once people export, it will mean that the city is likely to gain currency or is likely to go strong. Again, we anticipate that some of the companies, like I said, some of them can be joint ventures. You might employ foreigners, or some of the companies may be foreign-owned, wholly foreign-owned. We have an immigration desk at the Ghana Free Zones Authority that will deal with all the visa issues and work permit issues. That's why I said we have a one-stop shop. Then we also have what we call the enclaves. I know there are a lot of people who think that Ghana Free Zone Authority is only in Tema. I want to disabuse that. We have 5 enclaves. By 5 enclaves, let me say 5 sites or 5 parcels of land. Yes, I admit the most popular is Tema because that is our first enclave. Our second enclave we have in Shama in the western region. We also have another enclave in Takoradi, secondary Takoradi. We have an enclave now in Kumasi, Buankra. And almost all our enclaves or lands are situated close to ports or potential port areas, so that it makes it easy for you to cut your raw materials and to cut your finished product. We also have our newest baby in Afia. Let me add that the Kumasi enclave at Buankra is 1,099 acres. The regional minister spoke about. So Ghana Free Zone Authority is ready to do business. Come get our license and you're going to export for free for the next 10 years. I'm talking about the duties. Again, import all your raw materials, including machinery. In fact, just yesterday, I was at Sehi Asarinso to inspect one of our companies.
I see, but what type of businesses will benefit from this?
In fact, it could be it could be an SME, it could even be an enterprise. But of course, just like it is advisable that you have a company limited liability because then it helps you, your corporate arrangement becomes much more acceptable within and without Ghana. But any business, because at the Ghana Free Zone Authority, we do not have a minimum capital requirement. And that is what I mean by any business. For us, you should be able to just demonstrate that you have the basics in terms of the basic tools, the basic equipment that can help you to produce for export. And if you can demonstrate that you have an off-taker with any company or another business outside Ghana that can take minimum of 70% of your annual production, then we are in business. So any business, because we do not have minimum capital requirement.
I see.
So come to Ghana Free Zones Authority, and you are going to enjoy everything free for the next 10 years.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him as well. Now actually, I've got all of these because I asked these further questions so that we understand that before the business comes to you, because it's for export, they should have met the standardization requirements.
Absolutely. I mean, okay, so let me just add that. All things being equal, of course, when you are registering, you need an FDA if you are food, for example, if you are into food. If standard authority, all those regulatory issues have to be dealt with because you have to first satisfy us that you have met all the standard issues, including FDA, including, for example, if it's a standard issue, you have to deal with it. So any other legal requirements required by Ghanaian companies for you to be able to produce and export, you meet them in addition to what the free zones expect you to have. Thank you.
All
yes,
right,
our boss wants to have a word.
Yes, I think sometimes many people, they are either confused or they do not understand. So when he says you don't have to meet minimum capital requirements, in Ghana, if you are coming into the manufacturing space, it doesn't matter whether you are in free zones or any. Not, once you are coming to do manufacturing, the minimum capital requirement does not apply to you. And these are one of the reasons why we want to take away the minimum capital requirement. Because the minimum capital requirement, what we are saying is that this is the cost it takes to register in Ghana. And we know that that's not the cost that it takes to register in Ghana. It is too high. So for manufacturing, if you are married to the spouse of a Ghanaian or you are a citizen of Ghana and for some reason you went for a foreign citizenship and then you return to Ghana, the minimum capital requirement as we have it currently will not apply to you. And when the new law comes in, the 200 and 500,000, like we said, it will be taken off. You will only be left with retail. So that's one thing. And also, like you said, the free zones, that 30%, if you want to sell it into the Ghanaian market, it will be treated as an imported product. So you have to pay all the taxes and duties that everybody will pay. Because the goal of the free zones is mainly for export. So there are different types of investors. There are investors that are looking for natural resources. And there are investors that are looking for what we call market efficiency. Market efficiency means the person is looking for the most suitable place to produce to export, not into the local market. And those are the people that the free zones take care of. And those are the ones that we are always happy to have, because they are just here, they are like in a foreign country. They are producing and exporting everything. And then every import is also exempted for them.
Can I add something to the incentives? Because I think this is very important. So I'm sure that somebody will sit here and say, well, okay, you are talking about the big players. How about me, who is doing spices manufacturing, for example, to sell to the markets, or doing soaps that I can find myself into the local market. We call them the cottage industry. And a couple of things that you need to be able to do that, of course, is being able to have the cheap patient capital, which I described, which can access now. And then the other point is having certain incentives that will enable you to do that. So on top of all incentives that GIPC spoke about this morning or this afternoon, when you are in a 24-hour economy program, as a small, medium enterprise, or as somebody who is sitting here today and producing to find your products in local market, and you have maybe 10 people, 20 people, and so on, there are certain incentives that are coming your way. Number one, if you want to export some of your product, then at the end of the day, just the small, medium enterprise, you become very competitive to production like the ones that is being imported. And another incentives that are going to come, there will be a list of products. As long as we can produce them here, they will ban their exports. They will ban their imports so that they don't compete with the local market. All right? So these are the things that are happening that will enable all of us to create wealth in the 24 economy.
Thank you so much. Samson Asaki Awingobit, the Importers and Exporters Association Executive Secretary, will also give us a quick overview of the association, and then we'll get some questions, please. Yes.
Thank you very much. Please let us applaud ourselves for sitting since in the morning. We have been sitting since in the morning. We are even hungry, I must say, because our age is catching some of us. And so it's almost going to 3. First and foremost, Alfred, I want to recommend GIPC boss and his management and board, and then my friend Integrity Consult for organizing such a wonderful conference here in Ashanti region. Quick observation, Mr. CEO, next year, let's do it like a 2-day, so that when we are discussing the issues, people are not tired and they will listen and listen well. And let us also invite other of your CEOs, your colleague CEOs, to come and assure business community that this is what we have in our various jurisdictions. Come and have the service with us. Then also let us bring financial institutions to tell us, now that all the macro indicators have been showing positive, if business person want to come and borrow from them, at what rates, let us bring them, because you cannot do business without the financial sector. And so Ashanti region is big. It should be 2 days conference or it should be 3 days conference. Then we discuss the issues dispassionately. So that this presentation segment will be very, very effective for us. Having said that, I am from the Importers and Exporters Association of Ghana. May free Importers and Exporters Association. Many Kasama for I am with me Dabia on import and export issues. And see, Yeah, your friend never free her common and a cotton, your friend exporters. And yeah, your fat never free among never Ghana, Baba, your friend importers. Now, so now if you are an importer, if you are here and you haven't registered to be with the Importers and Exporters Association, I will tell you that just you take your mobile phone, go on your Google, just Google www.IEAG Ghana, one word, IEAG Ghana, one word. Then you will go to our page. You can register to become a member. Not just register to become a member. If you are at anywhere that you are clearing goods or you are bringing your goods into the country and you have issues, you don't need to walk to our office. We are paperless. We are faceless. You can reach us via email and we'll respond to you. You can call, you can just go on the website. You pick my self number. It's there. You will call me direct and tell me the issues. I will just pick a phone and call the Commissioner General if I have to call the Commissioner General because you're having tax issues. If tax people are harassing you, that is where you run to us. If customs officers are harassing you, after you cleared your cargo, after 6 months, they say they will come for what we call it post auditing. Okay? Many of you, they come to offices. You do post auditing, they said you didn't pay the rightful duties or taxes at the time you clear the cargo. For that matter, they are slapping you with another bill of tax to go and pay. That's why you come to us. If you bring your goods into the port, please, be honest to yourself. You loaded the container. You know how many quantities, what are the specific goods that you have in your container. Tell your agent, please, I am a very transparent person. Tell your agent that the goods that are in my container are 1,000 pieces of cloth. You know it. Are 1,000 pieces of LED TV televisions. Our mobile phones are frozen chicken. These are the cartons, 2,700 pieces of carton in the container. I bought it $2 per carton, or I bought it $3 per carton. Declare. Tell the agent that he should declare what you bought. No, the importer, they are depressed. They are depressed because you are just there. Then the agent say, oh, they said there are collections. Safas Cambra. Meanwhile, you are Udika Masika. Anambwa. There are collections. Safas Cambra. Meanwhile, you are Udika Masika. Anambwa. You have already given the money. Then the agent just comes and says, you see, your chair says short collection. How? Did you declare my quantities? Did you do proper description? Did you do proper description for proper classification and violation? That's what you're supposed to do. And I say, this is my campaign to importers and exporters. Say, so if your agent call you, Alfred, and said, Alfred, your car is costing you, they said the duty is 100,000 duty number. They say for 100,000, bruh. Just ask the person, give me my BOE number, bill of entry number. We are important. Ask of your BOE number. Say important him say, due to know I have 50,000, but a person or Wuska or for Chronobonaby Jews, he won't even tell you anything again. Ask of BOE number, only book grandpa for my or buy or school. Or you should just take his mobile phone. Just go icons. Or by who BOE number. Enter the number there. Or the number who tax ni na. Now over to you this na what you now there is a agent no. Now where they now the guy who you or no the working cost to him.
Right.
But say because that is where agents take to collapse we business people. And not say first canabra. You see, my agent say me first camera. You don't even know what you are paying. That's why the associations is there to educate us. Above all, business, especially a doom for magazine. Let us also register with VAT, with GRA. Obi better number one issue with the VAT receipt. Because you must also be a good citizen to account.
Right.
So I don't know there's a Ghana for about or duty plus the VAT. At the end of the day, you will give to the government. That is why, Swami, you can talk of your coin or because Mamika Waha say the road leading to her place. Okay. Say the road leading to her place, there's no light, the road is not good. If you are selling out and you don't invoice with VAT and account to GRA, how will you come to us that you want that road lights to fix, road to be constructed? So let us be responsible to ourselves as well. So my advice is that go on Importer and Exporter Association, www.IEAG Ghana, then you register. You can become a member. You can send a mail
You can ask questions. If we lead in all the negotiations, Standards Authority, negotiation, if you have challenges, you can send mail to my office. Food and Gas Authority, you can send message. EPA, if you clear, some of you clear chemicals to your factories to do production, isn't it?
Right.
EPA, all the state institutions, including GRA, and port authorities and shipping line. If there are any charges that you don't understand, send a mail to us and Import and Export Association. We will stand for you. And they know. Ask Alfred. Ask anybody who knows me. They know. GIPC, they know. When there are issues, we will go that this person come to you. He's not getting the services that we need. They always respond to us positively. Madam Masi, thank you very much. So make good use of us and reach out to us. We are in Tema, but we are everywhere. You can send a mail without coming. Don't waste your lot of coming. That is why when you register, you pay a dues or subscription fee for the office to work. We have to work. And that is why we are working. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Questions, please. Yeah, there you are. No. Yeah. Perfect.
Papacho, maybe any question? Maybe any say? Reverend Doctor Hebenyako. Now, maybe a film. Minya chance. A year. A Jumabi Jude factory home. Some am a chance. A year Jumabi Kumasi shoe factory. Tisemoma baha na mosimo beka ade Ashanti man ebeboa enkoso na saa ne ma mienu ma nte ho asem ha na me wera ho didi enka me se ne se ko Jude factory ho a the whole of Southern Africa Kumasi ana no mbeto koko boto de ko mfiedie ni nyina siwo ye fa nkrofo ho a wono wie ho maye a yitua wonka factory ni siwo na ade na ye ntimi nka ho asa na emo Asanteman na eye adwuma ba ko a employ nipa mebre wa Ashanti region ye wo dua bi wo friend Kinaf etisa hwede no eno na ne edua ne atwa ne de ato ensuom edi be na atwe a obekonna ehon na oni awawai ne ahata ne de akoye bot ne sremo mpanifo misu ana misu ba hono na yensa nhwe Kumasi shoe factory ena ne supply obuase mines military ayi ni nyina na ne de ma minim die ntia eguye ma ye report ni nyina ho
ya na wo dia ma William Evansinkum ono wo ekire ho no William Pacho miehu na for report na mana Akoma FM Mombeka ho asem na TV3 nso
Mate meko makoho
ya da se pa
esrewo na yenye ho adwuma afi mesewo mpanifo mewo ekwan bi so a ensuo bia aye poison no mitimi yi free bo
sa
ensuo bia
okay inte eno ye bedi ho komo ye wia me das your pain rev thank you yes please yes madam
Pacho 24-hour economy. The first question, any contribution? Contribution is say, I was set this policy no, economically viable and demand driven. Say by yet policies no, now yet the better politics near there. You be producing your man or has a cry, and so encourage. And I told me, you know, see, I share products are economically viable. Obia the BBA beba, not just 500 million seed money now more. At the end of the day, need to go waste. Now, me appeal from industry's point of view. In the past, no, such policies not back like one district, one factory, way just from time immemorial. Now, sorry to use this language, say. Sakobasa na ube say political corruption kakra abem. What I want to say, not politicians. I'm saying political. So when we say political, I'm not talking about the politicians. Ube say friends and families near there, they no more register company. No matter these facilities. The facilities now, they don't use the money for the intended purposes. Now, Jumano, Maslock, major Maslock loans for SMEs. I register here now, 100,000, 200,000. They didn't even operate the companies. They just registered the companies, took their money, and then vanished. Those working in the companies, no, you offer 20,000, you offer 10,000. You they show them say percent at the end of the year, and they in Papacho, you find a cray, and you.
Wonderful. Now, this is a very important point. When this matter, very, very important. Doc.
Thank you very much. That's a very, very important point. And I will assure you that is also my headache. We are on the same point, which is why the 24-hour Economy Authority, we don't give loans. Our work is coordinate every part of government to align them to the 24-hour economy so that private sector will take advantage of it. So if it is incentives, the incentives will be performance-based. As you deliver, you get incentives. If you get incentives for this year, there's no guarantee that you get it next year. Somebody will come and access that you are actually running the shift, you are hiring the people you say you are hiring, you are leaning towards export and so on. So that's the way it's going to work. And the 24-hour economy program is largely driven by private sector. So the question we ask ourselves is, how can you do more with the money that you have as a Ghanaian investor? How can we ensure that as a Ghanaian investor, you would, if you are producing 20%, you will be able to produce 50%. And the question we ask is, what can we do to help you to do that? So we enable you to do that. And so one of the things we thought is very important, we heard from you, we discussed with the AGI and everybody, and we spoke to over 4,500 different players, companies, individuals, and so on. And we knew that for you to do well, you need capital that is patient. It allows you time to build your equity and be able to pay back. It is also, the rate must be cheap and affordable for you. And the issue of collateral was a very, very bad one. Because if you need 100,000, they give me a house that is 500,000. That's how I can guarantee that you pay back the money. And then they'll give you sometimes 8 months, 7 months to pay back. Now, if you are planting cassava to process and export, cassava takes 1 year. So the loan give you 7 months and say pay back. So we have to address that.
Right.
So in addressing that, what we have done is facilitate, because we are an authority, we can borrow. So we borrow at cheap rate, that you can also get it at cheap rate as well. So someone gives it to us at 2%, we can give it to you as 5%. But we don't give it ourselves. It goes through Development Bank of Ghana, through the banks that you are going to.
Thank you.
And you, before you get it, you must be an AGI member. And the president must sign that we know this person. So if you give the money and you go and marry 10 wives, then we'll hold the president as responsible and AGI responsible. That's the way it's going to work.
Thank you very much. Diana, please.
Please, my name is Diana. I think my question is a bit close to the suggestion Mommy gave. I wanted to find out how do you join the program as an entrepreneur, the 24-hour economy program? How do you join, or who qualifies to join?
Thank you very much. I'm speaking now as a market woman on behalf of the market women, because I'm their president. Please, as you were talking, you made mention of plantain chips. Nothing was said about it. In fact, it is very paining for you to start a business from the scratch, and somebody will one day just make a phone call on TikTok or whatever, Facebook or whatever it is, and that will be the end of your business. How many times do we investigate and know that what is coming out is whether true or false? Recently, something came about plantain cheese, yam, fried yam, and so on. And this sort of business is giving work to thousands of women, especially. Because if you go to Sanwan, you go to Mok, they are the people selling the plantain cheese. You ask them, rebrand your, they started putting it in containers, putting it in well-designed, and all of a sudden, a word came out. They fried rubber before frying the plantain chips. And my sister, my brother, this sentence, without proper investigation, have collapsed the business. And it was after the thing came out that people started on TV experimenting, plantain, the fried. Please, 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 we should find a method to put an end to this. Other than that, you will struggle, build out a business, and just within a second, somebody will bring you down. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is an important call. Look, I think that there was at some point when this matter came up 2 weeks ago, it's also because of the lack of proper enforcement. So, Food and Drugs Authority, for instance, going on the ground, certifying food vendors, should be able to come out and say, this is true, this is not true, and that would put this matter to rest. So I agree with you. Very important point that you've made. Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam, for this. Last question. Yes, please.
Abayne peso bia juma enyini ne fa nkofo. Ya supply no manoma hospitals na health insurance omuntua isika no. Omuntua isika no. Ebia insurance kaba ya ma bia be 6 months asan sama foforo. No man bu ha cash no ano non-consumables to say sutures, machines, equipment I do your operations near the instruments. I don't know why wouldn't me hospital known to me operate. But your top drugs now, no more triaka. Drugs need must because pharmacists for no hospitals near Yajuma. Because doctor near the classmate, we're in the classmate to me. Your top drugs near triaka. Your toya diana almost say chair omutua hospital laborers, workers near the car, and some can be car. Your tria diano. It is a buying percent 24-hour economy cost. Now you are employing for more. No because you try me come more. Now me found no more guma. And I make me employ in the panel be pray. Now me workers no so my two market.
The second question, you get a response from Madam here, and Dr. Dodo will answer the bit about security because I know there's some arrangement with the Ghana Police Service in that regard. But Madam, please.
Okay, thank you very much. As it stands now, I think health insurance has paid up to date. That is the information I have. And let me give you the explanation to how the health service, how the payments are done. For drugs has a separate account, and services has its own account. For drugs, when you sell it, you have the direct calculation. But for services, like you use a station machine, you supply maybe Savlon, those don't have direct impact. So you can't cost it as in costing just needle or a surgical blade. You get it. A calculation is quite difficult for the hospital to say that, okay, this particular amount of money is for this thing. But there's a percentage that is calculated and given us for services. And within that services is where your money is being paid. Are you getting it? So if you supply medicine and the medicine is being paid upfront, it means that the calculation, the specific amount of money for medicine is in a different account. So that one, there is an enforcement that when health insurance pay, that particular money must go into that direct account. Again, now the hospitals don't do the pay as you go. Now, because of health insurance, they don't add any additional charges. At first, they were having co-payment, but now co-payment is not there. So everything is on the health insurance. So that is what is costing that. The services and everything, all IGF staff are paid from that. And because of that, it's putting much pressure on the money. So if the payment is not done as it's timely, it means that maybe you are not chasing the hospital for it, because health insurance pay that amount of money, and there's a designated amount to be paid for services, what you are supplying. The one that can't be quantified as in 10,000, 2,000, but there's a provision that is added to the amount of money, and that money is there for you to be paid. Most of the time, if you don't chase it, the hospital may use it for other things. That is what is happening now. But as we stand, health insurance has paid up to date.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Dodo, if you could, hold on a bit. Hold on. So hold on. Gentlemen, wait. And you know, after we are now one know a D and come on, Mr. Wa. Okay, perfect. Please.
Okay. Mbacho, your friend me near man, me free bukum. Ododo consistency nti me twi no me ya na aye ntobro kakra nti me pa mo bebre. There was a question say, how can you join? We are coming out with a protocol that will make it very public for people to join. Now, what would you gain from joining? When you join, you enroll with us. The protocol would indicate the things that you would benefit from in terms of joining all the incentives. But what you have to do in order to continue to benefit from the incentives, so that it is a pact between you and I, and then you also use our logo, the 24-hour economy logo, that would really give you some level of visibility as well. So we'll come up with a protocol and for you to have all the lists. And the protocol actually is to help you to thrive and to become very wealthy. Because the idea is that we cannot construct an economy as like today, 113 billion GDP, which is owned by 3 countries that are not Ghanaians. They're not Ghanaian countries. And look around you, one is China, look around you, one is Turkey, one is India. They control 80% of the economy. So we have to construct an economy that you will benefit from. So how we do it is going to be that partnership. So that we will come up with that and you all have it. There was another question about, from you, the first one.
Security.
Security.
Yeah.
So all the security agencies, police, the military, signal, BNI, including ambulances and all of them, they all have 24-hour unit that actually I helped to set them up. So the MPA has discussed with the petroleum, I don't know what, I always forget the way we call you.
The OMCs.
The
oil
OMCs.
marketing companies, yes.
That we're going to launch the night economy for OMCs, which has a very full expression of the place in very vantage places where you're going to be running 24/7. That will provide you with the security. So that's something that we are working on very strongly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them all. Thank you very much. We're drawing down the curtains on this. What I can assure you of is there's going to be a B2B session after this. During lunchtime, you can locate them.
Literally with us, especially the mayor. The mayor is still here, and that's so powerful. Right, so we will be leaving very soon, but I'm told that, you know how that we've heard the challenges, GIPC has taken notes, and how that all of us are looking forward for our challenges to be resolved. You know, there are lots of companies here, and we have 3 of them who want to do 5-minute pitches. So in 15 minutes, we're out of here, trust me. And so we would want to start with the Efija Kwabre South. So they have one. We have one coming from Asokore Mampong, and the final one is from an individual. And so without wasting any much time, we would call Honorable Pearl Patricia Ankra, MCE for Afija Kwabre, in 5 minutes to give us a pitch from her place. Please appreciate her as she comes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Patricia Pearl Anchor, MC for Efija Kwabre South. And it's a very broad presentation, but I'll limit it and make it very brief. Growing up, we had many things that brought more interest to us, like picking of scraps, and after picking the scraps, you go and sell it. I remember when I was with my auntie at Medina, we'll pick it and we'll go and sell it and use the money to buy and stuff. So growing up, I developed more interest in scraps. I didn't take it as a career, but I love to see how the end product of scraps will be. So I researched and read about it. And reading about scraps and how it's going to help our economy brought me to where we are today. Every building, or every bridge, every stadium, every factory is made up of steel. And this steel are mostly manufactured from scraps. So looking at my municipality, how big my municipality is, I believe we can do something with scraps. From the north, I share boundary with the Efija Kwabre North, with the south with Swami, with the east Achuma Kwauma, and northeast with Sechere South District Assembly, and southeast with Kwabre East. When you look at that and we put it on the map, you see that I have a very vast land. And having this vast land gives me the opportunity to bring more investors into my municipality. Aside all the businesses we have in Kwabre South, our major business is quarry. We have a lot of quarry sites there. And with these quarry sites, 8 are operational now. And unfortunately for us, we don't have a share in any of the sites. It is for individual people. But one thing that I discovered is if we build a steel factory as an assembly and as a municipal, we can have a share in that. So I've spoken to most of the chiefs there, and they are ready to help us get the steel factory done. Every year, when I read about it, we saw that we use $350 million for only steel importation. For only steel importation. And most of this steel importation is from China or South Africa. They are mostly not even from our local economy. And with the amount of money that goes into it, Ghana can make use of that money. So we are looking at creating about 190,000 jobs for our people here in Ghana. 250,000 jobs in totality. 190,000 jobs will be indirect jobs, but 250,000 jobs are direct jobs that we can create with a steel factory. I'm rushing through the presentation because of my timing. One factory will serve 2 purposes. The steel factory will be there, and also the indirect job, that is the people gathering the steel for us to feed this particular industry. We are going to use a different method that is eco-friendly, where this steel factory is not going to bring any harm to the community. We know some of the steel factories are in Ghana, but they are using coal. Even that one is not the primary production. They are doing secondary production. But this, we are going to do primary production. And we are going to use the electric arc furnace, where we are going to use electricity to produce the steel at an eco-friendly status, where we will not pollute the environment, we will not cause any harm to any human being. We have looked through and we've seen that from the northern sector coming down to the south, northern region, upper east region, savannah region, northeast, Bono region, Ahafo region, Bono East region, all these regions produce scraps. And where do the scraps go? They go to Accra, using our road, spoiling most of our roads. So we are situated in the center, where all these scraps from these regions can feed our industry and make it vibrant. We are looking at not just producing small steel. We are looking at producing big ones. We are looking at the reinforcement bars, structural steel, steel sheets, whether hot or cold. We are looking at the fire rods and pipe, the wire rods and pipes. All these things can be produced, and looking at our calculation, if we are able to establish this particular factory, it is going to produce a lot of employment for our people. We are looking at an 18-month turnaround, where after investing in our business, by 18 months, we should be looking at making more profits. So we are pleading with everybody that you help us and let us invest more in this business. My time is almost up, and I'll say thank you very much, and we look forward for more investors. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Please do it better for her. Thank you so much. I wish we had that for all the others. Okay. So this one is coming from Asokore Mampong, right? I'm sure he will do his introduction himself and go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Ruta Fodosei from Asokore Mampong. In fact, I'm representing my MC, who has gone for another important program elsewhere. Asokore Mampong, in fact, we used to be part of KMA in 2012. But since 2012, we are no more part of KMA. We are on our own. When it comes to Greater Kumasi, we have 7 assemblies, and we are one of them. Asokore Mampong, when it comes to Aswansi, that's the constituency, Aswansi. I'm not going to go through the profile. I'll just go straight to the point. But I would like to say that Asokore Mampong has the airport, the first international airport in Kumasi here. We have the central mosque, the biggest central mosque in Kumasi. When it comes to Aswansi, the mosque is there. When we come to economic activity, in fact, we are known for manufacturing. In fact, we have a large industrial park whereby you can find pharmaceutical companies, timber companies, those who produce mattresses, those who produce plastics. They are all there. And we also know for manufacturing, agro-processing, where we produce fruit into juice in the municipality. There's one thing that is happening at Asokore Mampong. Those who know Asokore Mampong, the issue of Pragia. We are known for headquarters of Pragia, the tricycle that we use to transport human beings and other goods. In fact, what they use is these internal combustion engines. They basically use petrol for their activities. And those that are not well maintained, you see carbon monoxide being emitted every day, causing pollution and others in the municipality. So we sat down and thought through a project that can help, since we cannot do away with the pragya in the municipality. So what we came out is electric motor tricycle, of which we term it e-mobility transport system. E-mobility transport system, whereby instead of using the internal combustion engine, we are going to use electricity to charge the pragya that we have in the municipality. A bit about the project. We are saying that we want to procure 200 electric tricycles for the youth. And this one will seek to generate employment jobs for the youth. And it will also create environmentally friendly and cost-efficient transport system in the municipality. Because if there are no pollutions over there, at least we can have a safe environment in the municipality. So we are looking at that one. And we are saying that this project will be on work and pay basis. Work and pay basis, whereby we procure the tricycles for the youth to operate with, so that they pay at a certain point in time. And once it generates employment, it will be an environmental friendly transport system, and it also earns income for the youth. You know, when it comes to Sakwamampong, in fact, we used to have stealing activities ongoing over there, but now it has reduced. Because of this tricycle that they are using, the youth are getting something to do. So it has reduced a bit. So if we have this electric tricycle system in the municipality, it will go a long way to reduce pollution. Why this project is important? We are saying that it will create access to resources and access to market and cost-competitive transport system, then environmental sustainability transport system that we have in the municipality. And it will also have social and economic impact. We are talking about jobs. We are saying that it will reduce the social violence that we have in the municipality. The estimate for the project is $870,000 US. And this one will be used to procure 200 electric motor tricycles, procure charging systems, and also train the youth who will be operating the machine, and other administrative issues. What are we looking for? We are looking for joint venture to partner with the assembly so that we can do this project. In fact, a project came in last month who expressed interest in this project. And because we want to make it competitive, we want to widen up the scope so that we can have more companies coming in, so that we can have a joint venture agreement to establish this project. Then we're also looking for technical expertise, whereby we are looking at electric mobility technology, battery management systems, and vehicle maintenance and servicing, where you can have expertise in this field. Then we're also looking at technology transfer, whereby we can transfer technology so that those who operate the system can do their own thing when it comes to maintenance and others. Then equipment purchase. Equipment, the tricycle itself, the charging system, as I earlier on spoke of. Whilst Sakwamampong is noted for pragya, we have an advantage. What are they? We have a good road network, and we are even doing more. As at now, we have 21-kilometer new projects ongoing in the municipality to add to what we have, so that we can have a good road network for them to operate on. We also have a reliable electricity, whereby they can charge their tricycles. Then we also have access to maintenance and mechanical services. When we come to Sakwamampong, there are a lot of people who are into maintenance of this tricycle system in the municipality, so that they can maintain their tricycles when they are in operation. Then additional information that we can have is that the project will create 200 jobs for the youth, to create income for them. It will be on work and pay basis for the youth, and it will reduce unemployment in the municipality. And we can also scale up. When it comes into effect with the initial 200, we can scale up so that more people can also be roped in for them to operate and earn income in the municipality. And the more important thing is that we are looking at the impact of the activities on the environment. The negative impact on the environment will be reduced because we are not going to use this internal combustion system. We are going to use electric. As at now, we have a concept note for this project in the municipality. It is captured in our MTDP to support the project and also have a business plan for it as at now. So when it comes to municipality, this document will be made available to you for you to go through so that you see how best you can invest in this project. In fact, we are looking for support to implement this project in the municipality. Even though we are doing our best, but our best is not enough. So we need partners to come on board so that we can implement e-mobility transport system in Asokoro to reduce the impact of these tricycles on the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Oh, please, let's do it better. I believe there's still some more energy. I mean, we are done. Please appreciate them. I promised 3, but I did 2. Maybe you can appreciate me too, because I'm helping us to leave here very early. Right, on that note, we are literally bringing everything to a close, and we want to take a closing remark from Honorable Richard Ofuria Jimanbodi, the mayor. Please appreciate him as he comes. Mayor for Kumasi, Ashanti Regional Mayor.
Thank you very much. I want to believe we have had very insightful deliberations. You have given us a lot of inputs, and it only goes to show our preparedness as a region for investment. We have many opportunities in our region, and we have people who have the appropriate skills and are determined to make sure that what Kumasi, and for that matter, Ashanti region is been yearning for, an industrialized community, is achieved within the shortest possible time. Now, for those of us in government, our job is being cut out for us from day one. And so we are providing the appropriate infrastructure that will go to enhance investment that drive economic growth and create employment opportunities for our teeming young men and women. We're investing so much in road infrastructure here in the region. We are currently investing so much in energy enhancement programs. And so across the metropolis and in some parts of the region, occasionally you see that we have blackouts. And it is not as if that we have shortages of energy supply. We don't. What is happening is that we have very obsolete cables that are being replaced. It's unfortunate that the electricity company is not engaging with the communities the way they are engaging with us. So government is spending so much money in making sure that we replace the expired cables so we have new ones. We cannot industrialize when we don't have sustainable energy supply. And so all our focus within this period is to make sure that we provide the kinds of infrastructure that would enable us to have resilient and sustainable economic ventures. Whatever support that you need, those of us who are interested in investing in our city and in our region, the Honorable Regional Minister is ready to support you. His doors open 24 hours. At any point in time, you can get in touch with any of his officers, any chief executive in any part of the 43 districts in the Ashanti region, and will lead you to our hardworking regional minister and will provide the appropriate support. We are interested in your investments. We are interested in you helping us to grow our economy. We are interested in all of us working together as partners and as stakeholders and as government to work towards an industrialized Ghana. And so on behalf of the Honorable Regional Minister, we want to thank all of you for your participation. And as the train gets to another region, we wish that the good Lord will grant you mercy and journey mercies. It is a prayer that whoever participated with us today will go home unscathed and that you have fond memories of Kumasi and Ashanti region. We thank you. May the good Lord bless us all.
Thank you, Honorable, for staying with us till this point. And thank you for the commitment also. So we started with God and we want to end with God as well. And so Mr. Emmanuel Forsing, kindly come around and give us the closing prayer as we prepare to leave here. Oh, I thought you for him.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for the successful conclusion of the Ashanti Regional Investment Forum. We are grateful for the wisdom shared, the spirit of unity that prevailed, and the innovative ideas that have taken root today. As we depart, we ask that you go before us. Let the decisions made in this forum be fruitful, bringing growth to our various businesses and prosperity to the Ashanti region and our nation. Strengthen our hands to implement the visions we have discussed with integrity and excellence. We beseech you, O God, protect every participant on their journey home, and may the partnerships formed here continue to flourish. Through Christ our Lord, we have prayed with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you. Oh, we are leaving. Oh, just one clap, I beg. Thank you. Thank you so much. And so on that note, we are done. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for making time for this event. Some of us were here since 9 a.m. Thank you so much. The mayor, the CEO, GIPC, everybody. Please hold on for the announcement before. The mayor is still seated. Kindly, let's take a seat. We've already spent all the time. Let's just, So I have some few announcements to make. Before we move out, we would want to take a group picture with the mayor, the CEO, and some business people who are here. We take a group photo here, right in front of this place where I'm standing. After that, there's lunch outside. We'll go outside. Go outside there and eat, but then you would have to take a coupon. So please don't rush out. There'll be somebody at the gate to share it. So kindly wait, take a coupon, and then you go out to eat after taking the pictures. And as a matter of fact, please make sure you don't leave without taking a contact. Get to know somebody. Network. This room is full of millions of dollars and cedis. You may never know who owns it. The person might be beside you. So try and connect and make sure that you reach out even after here. Thank you for making the event successful. And we are grateful. Enjoy the rest of your day and your week. Good afternoon. And anyway, my name is Millicent Newton, and thank you for making my work so easy. Thank you once again. So the photographs, please. And maybe DJ, you can give us some song, some tune while we wrap up. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.